The following is a presentation of the Radio Misfits Podcast Network.
From the birthplace of modern winemaking, Sonoma, California, welcome to The Winemakers. Local experts Sam Couturi, Bart Hansen, and Brian Casey, along with host John Myers, invite you to listen in as they discuss all facets of winemaking. So sit back, pour yourself a glass, and let's hear what the guys have to say this week.
Hey, welcome to The Winemakers. This is Brian Casey with Sam Couturi and Bart Hansen. Guess where we are?
Well, we should have opened with the sound of coffee pouring from a communal carafe in a conference center in a hotel instead of a bottle of wine, because we're drinking Pete's coffee out of paper cups, wearing lanyards around our neck and in a wonderful, glorious.
Well, I think last year we tried to bring wine, and remember there was an issue because maybe this room wasn't open for alcohol.
Yeah, well, maybe this room. I think the last time we're way more official this year. And slightly less guerrilla, which is why we had to start by going rogue on our schedule.
Right.
But you look more official. You look very official.
Yeah. I mean, they even have a sign out on there's a quiet podcasting and recording in progress sign on the door. So that means we've made it.
It means you've grown up.
We've grown up.
304 episodes.
We've arrived.
It only took 6 years for us to figure it out. We have Cathy Huyghe.
Yeah.
Longtime guest. We were discussing your first appearance on the show, which we somehow sandwiched into a Tacos de Ron Vinyl Sunday event at the Tasting House.
I feel like it came, the invitation came with, duck tacos afterwards provided. Yep.
I think
that was it.
That
was the hook.
Don't give future guests false hopes, Cathy. There isn't duck tacos available for everybody who shows up on the show. I wish for it true. But what's amazing about that, I don't think even I understood what the hell you were talking about when you were talking about data and analytics then, because that was a long time ago. We're talking 4 or 5 years ago.
A while ago, yeah.
I think maybe I pretended like I knew what you were talking about, but it's, I think point being, you were at the forefront of this, what's that last 4 or 5 years ride been like as this sort of rest of the world catches up with you?
Well, and just real quick, could you give us a little bit about what it is that you're doing for the people that maybe didn't hear that show, and then break into what's been going on?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I also and thank you for having me again.
This conference coffee is terrible, by the way.
Well, coffee might be terrible, but I'm looking forward to the duck tacos.
And the guests are wonderful.
The guests are wonderful.
So just like you, maybe a couple years ago, it takes a while to sort of get the momentum, right? And it takes a while to grow up into something and to grow into something. And I feel like we have done that, and we have reached a tipping point, honestly. We're here. Enolytics is here, having built software to analyze wine data. That's, in a nutshell, that's what we do. Wow. I've been, as you know, Sam, I've been writing for Forbes about the business and the politics of the wine industry for more than a dozen years now. And it was during that process I was writing about innovation, I was writing about technology, and I saw that, boy, there's a heck of a lot of data in the wine world, but not so much business intelligence or strategy applied to that data. And so I'm good at words, right? So the word Enolytics came to mind, the Eno and the lytics, and you get it. And so we started building software to do something with all that data.
So yeah, I mean, we just met your people. I think that first time you didn't have people. You were a person at that time. So congratulations on that.
That's right. We've been growing. There's more people in the room. Wonderful early adopters, and now wonderful case studies that we're talking about actually this afternoon here at the symposium. Really exciting. And the one of the things I'm most excited about, honestly, is that we are, I think, upskilling a lot of people around data, through users of the technology. And so they're using it and they're hitting it out of the park. And they're not, quote unquote, data people. They're wine people. They didn't come into the wine industry as data people. they came in as wine people, and they're learning data, and they're making a big change in their wineries and earning themselves a seat at the table, honestly, through data. So it's really exciting.
That's great.
And this is all consumer data, correct?
So the first software that we built was to analyze DTC data, and that is first-party data. We're looking at consumer data, but we also built software to analyze depletion data from wholesalers, and then we combine them together. So we give wineries the full 360-degree view of every sales channel that they have.
And it's all about depletions, right? Like a lot of consumers don't know what depletions are, but all salespeople and sales managers, I know when I used to go out on the road, it was all about depletions. Like, we've sold them that much wine,
right,
but how much are they sitting on and how much have they sold?
Exactly.
Totally.
So that's huge.
Totally. And so what's super cool, and this is a great visual, is to be able to say, like, these are all my people. These are all the people I've sold direct to consumer with in this specific market. And now here are all of the accounts in this specific market, on premise and off premise. And then here are all of the possible accounts, the can buys that I haven't sold into yet. And so the idea is to say, to walk into an account, imagine if you had this when, working sales, walk into an account and say, in this very neighborhood, these are all the people who have bought my wine directly. This is what they've bought. This is what they've paid for it. They've visited the winery. They've bought through the website. And now, so I know that there's an appetite for my wine in this specific place.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And if you can walk into a buyer and show him that,
yeah, and
you have the right pricing and the product speaks for itself, then it's pretty compelling. Yeah. Like, why wouldn't you bring it in?
We give you a map.
Right. As opposed to me walking in and not having any history with you and just cold calling you.
You're like, I made some Zinfandel.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Bar dancing. I made some Zinfandel.
I'm from Petaluma, Sam.
Oh,
not from,
sorry.
But you know what I mean?
Totally,
I mean,
totally. Well, and here's my question, and I think this is sort of going to be a theme of the people that we talked to today, and it's even in the last, I don't know, we've been here for 8 hours or something. The wine world, I guess it's been more like 12 hours. The wine world, by its very nature, moves slowly in 1 year measured increments. Everything happened, we have this very like specific rhythm, and all of the things that we're talking to people who are going to be talking about text message marketing and data analytics and email and social and all these things that move at like 1 million miles an hour. And it almost, I don't know if this is Barbara sitting down in here now and is sort of how you think about these things as you help put this together, but it's like this transmission of this very slow moving industry and all these things that are moving super fast, and how you get those to like mesh without all the gears grinding up and metal shards going flying everywhere. So what's it been like in the last 4 or 5 years trying to get these two speeds to line up?
Yeah, well, what I love, Sam, is that when I think about the people who were our early adopters, who have been using the system for a long time, my goodness, they look nothing like you would anticipate like a data person would look like.
Right.
Like there's no kind of wire rim glasses, like there's no like hoodies, like there's nothing like that. They are
black hoodies.
One of my favorite people, early adopters, and she's actually talking at the symposium, Jana Harvey from Scott Harvey. She's been in the industry for a very long time. And I remember one of the first conversations we had with her, she said, I don't know data, but I do know it's important. And I'm here to learn. And so she and Scott were one of the first people to put vines in the ground, I think maybe in Amador County.
Yeah.
And I feel like that conversation was so inspiring to me, and she's been inspiring all this time, because once an innovator, always an innovator. You're the first to see the potential in an area, put vines in the ground. And now you're taking that transition into being an innovator around what's next in terms of business, in terms of the business of wine. And so it's a mentality, I think. Sure. And I think we need one person. We need one person to take ownership of the journey of data for the winery. One person to say, I'm committing to this. It's going to be part of my day to day. Teach me. And we do.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds so simple, but, it's understanding it and it's implementing it, right?
Well, at some point, we all learned wine, right?
Yeah,
we
you're
all
absolutely
learned
right.
wine.
Yeah,
we learned.
Still learning.
Nobody was born knowing wine.
Right.
I mean, maybe you were, but
I mean,
most people are not
I don't think I
born
was
knowing wine.
born, but I learned early enough that I don't remember not knowing.
Spawned.
Spawn is a good word.
Born into a redwood tank at the top of Enterprise Road.
That's right. There's a process to it. There's a process to it, and you find what speaks to you.
Right.
And wine, fortunately, is very tangible, and so we taste it and we smell it. And with data, one of the big kind of hooks, I guess, is that it's very visual.
Yeah.
So we can see it,
Right.
and we can interact with it.
Quantify it.
You can quantify it, and literally on the screen that you're looking at, you click here and something happens, and you click there and something else happens, and then you get to the more you look at it, the more you understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people who listen to the show are in the industry, and have small labels that are either side projects or just starting out. From those guys to the middle-sized, how much data do you need to feed into the system to make it worthwhile? If you're making, a few hundred cases a year, 500 cases a year, is there enough happening there for the software to provide valuable insight, or like what is the sort of threshold to making these things have stickiness?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I would like to say first too that the small and the medium-sized wineries have been incredibly important to the growth of the business, and so have the big wineries. So this afternoon, Taylor Almond and from Farniente and Leyland Flaherty from Camus are on the panel talking about how they use the system. So yes, they're a big winery, and yes, they sell a lot of wine, but the same exact technology that they're using is what the 1,000-case winery can also use. It's the same exact technology. So it's at a different price point for the smaller winery. To be clear, they're not, we have a sliding scale depending on volume.
And all the analytics are weighted towards the size you are and your like competitors.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So that the technology is the same, the algorithms are the same,
Right.
But we're looking at your data.
Right.
And you don't, whether you have 1,000 cases or you have 100,000 cases or 1,000,000 cases, whatever, the technology doesn't care.
Right.
It doesn't care. It's the same. It's actually a leveler.
Right. Yeah.
The technology is a leveler, which is really exciting.
Yeah. As opposed to those early salary reports of what people made in the industry, and you'd have a winemaker that made $150,000 and a winemaker that made $40,000 on the same thing, and you kind of like, well, where am I supposed to be? And
you're supposed to be wherever the winemaker's getting $150,000.
Sure, that winemaker also owns the place, right?
Right.
And stuff. So
Right.
No, I'm pretty sure the winemaker who owns this place is the one who was making
Right,
$40,000,
right.
and the one who got a good job from somebody who is well financed.
How silly of me saying. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So that's important for people to understand that it is for your peer group.
Yeah, it is, and it's and I think that the word and I'm a word person, Sam. So the word is statistical significance. You know, can we tell? Is there enough there to actually say something? But the fact that we're looking at every single winery's own first party data, like. And I don't care. Like for you, I don't care about Camus or I don't care about Farniente. I care about your people, and what the analysis is telling me about your people, and that's what I'm looking at. So
here's the other question, the other side of it, and this is another. I'm going to ask all the people coming in here today, for a consumer, how does this make their wine experience better? And that there's all these people marketing, all in this changing world, how does a winery using this software or using any kind of data analytics improve the consumer experience?
Yeah, great question. So, and I'm glad that you're going to be asking that throughout. So when we look at a winery's database, when we look at their people, there's a couple different things that we do to the data. So for example, we run an algorithm based on first name to be able to tell you if it's a man or a woman, or maybe it's androgynous or unknown. Bart would register as male, Cathy would register as female, Sam could be one or the other.
Totally unknown.
Totally unknown. But we also then use birth date to be able to say if that person is in an affluent area, is a millennial or a boomer. Right. We also look at the zip code of the shipping address to say, is that person living in a highly affluent area or a middle class area? So the point is that the winery then will be able to say, show me all of my Riesling customers. And are they maybe female Gen Xers who live in a middle class area in Brooklyn, right? And so then the winery knows how to write the message to speak to that person or to speak to that group of people, as opposed to, is my Cabernet Sauvignon drinkers male Gen Xers who live in a highly affluent area, in which case the message is very different, right? In Dallas or Houston. Or
so this isn't about your competitors. This is just knowing your own consumers that are already there.
That's right.
Yeah. And that's really important.
That's right. I'm excited to share with you guys an infographic that we're putting together. We're going to put out today about sort of in and out. Like, here's what's in and out when it comes to wine and data. What's out is saying we're just farmers. Like, that's just not going to fly anymore.
Right.
What's in is saying we are farmers and smart business people.
Right.
What's out is spreadsheets. What's in is infographics and interactive software and interactive dynamic ways to look at it. What's out is managing wine club cancellations. What's in is anticipating when those people are going to cancel. And that's the most clicked on link of the entire software, is who is at risk of leaving my club. Like, in my club, my people, who's about to drop out. So you want to know that ahead of time. You don't want to know that after they've dropped out. You want to get ahead on that, and you want a trigger to say you need to reach out to these people.
Right.
And so that's what it does. So, sure, we care what the industry is doing in general, and there are reports and things that we put out there. But one-on-one, like with your winery, with your people, like, yes, like that's the focus.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well,
that's all very exciting.
Love to come to your talk, but I think we're booked.
I think it will be available, right?
I'll send you
Barbara?
the slides.
Yeah.
Right, on the Huyghe app.
Huyghe app. And,
so that's good
send
for
us that infographic, the in and out, and we'll put it up on the Instagram.
Yeah.
Will do.
And keep it going.
Awesome.
Will do.
Anything interesting that you're writing about or written about lately that is sticking in your mind right now?
Oh my gosh. So, you guys, I don't know if you're going to roll your eyes at this, but I can't stop being inundated with non-alc and low-alc stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but, what do you think?
So I've had some experience dealing with this from previous job where I had sort of dipped my toe into the spirit-free cocktails, and now know people that are doing it. And then January, being that a lot of people are doing dry January, kind of kicked it into high gear.
Yeah.
And so it's almost like and we have friends that are creating products in that environment too. So we're
shout out to all the bidders.
The bidders, Ian Blessing just moved into a larger facility because they needed more space.
More demand.
It's a big deal. My thing that I'm gonna die on this hill is non-alcoholic wine. I'm sorry, that's juice.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Brian. I mean, I've had some non-alcoholic beers, and I understand them, and there's some that are actually very refreshing, but I am yet to have a non-alcoholic wine or
That tastes good.
my mother-in-law likes to bring this, I think it's I won't say their name. It's a New Zealand producer, and it's like half the alcohol, and it just tastes stripped and
Right.
unappealing.
I think it's RO does a lot of that alcohol removing, right? What about this thought of creating naturally low alcohol wines by stripping the canopy of the vines so that the fruit ripens at lower sugar levels, and you just like force a wine to be 9% alcohol or something like that?
I'm okay with that. And Bart and I both drink Vino Verde. Like we're
That's
down,
not- right.
We're down with low alcohol wine. It's the
But Vino
alcohol
Verde
free
is ripe at
CB.
that place, right?
Yeah.
Naturally with a canopy.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way you find out, Sam, is by starting to do it and
Right.
do an experiment, and then next year do it again, and we'll come back in 10 years and we'll see what it looks like. But that's the way you have to do it, because you're going to make mistakes.
Well, but guess what? We're learning.
We're learning.
We're learning. We're experimenting and we're learning.
Totally.
All right.
It's a dry episode. We have coffee, not wine. So, or at least for now.
Right.
The day is young.
And duck tacos. I'm ready.
And duck
I'm
tacos.
ready.
I
Cathy,
don't know.
thank you.
Find the duck tacos in Concord.
Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you.
on.
Yeah, thanks for
Always.
stopping
Will
by.
you tell everybody how to find you guys?
Yes, enolytics.com, ENOLYTICS.com.
Any social handles you want to throw out?
Instagram, Enolytics 101 is our Instagram handle. Getting it, up to par, and on LinkedIn as well.
Awesome.
Great to see you.
Nice
Great
seeing
to
you.
see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you next time.
All right, bye-bye.
So,
Hey, welcome to the Winemakers.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We are at the DTC Conference and Symposium here in Concord. Now we have Lulie Halstead in our grasp this morning. Had a
Conference
wonderful
room of
dinner with
doom.
her last night. Got to talk a little bit about her vineyard in Sussex, but we'd love to talk to you
Wait.
about.
Don't just bury. You just bury that Sussex in there.
Yeah.
Where the fuck six is Sussex?
I know that it's.
Right. We're
I
not
know that
talking
it's-
about like this isn't somewhere near Lodi. This
No.
isn't
Right.
Central Coast, England.
Yeah.
This isn't a vineyard. It's a vineyard.
Well, and what was intriguing to me is that I never thought about the fact that they don't have to. We were talking about this at breakfast too. Like they're not. There's no irrigation there in England,
it's
and
not-
I'm like, wait a minute,
it's
what?
not dry farming.
Because it's just raining all the time. So then that brings up, of course, mildew pressure issues. But I mean, I remember watching a 60 Minutes episode. I mean, this is mainstream media. This is like 6 months ago, about champagne houses moving down into England and purchasing property and starting to grow grapes because this was because of climate change. And so I guess I wasn't putting the two things together. I thought, they must have tons of these vineyards just growing in England, and they're getting ready for, another 5-degree warm up of the planet. And they're going to be perfectly positioned to be like the new sparkling wine home. And it seems, and then to meet you last night, and it seems like, you're growing Pinot Noir and it's going into sparkling production.
Absolutely, yes. And there's a long history of vines in the UK.
Yeah.
So we can go all the way back to kind of Roman times.
That's a ways.
So that's a long time. The current
pretty
kind
far.
of iteration of what's happening in the UK is probably about 30 years or so. And as you say, it's, we are cool climate, although increasingly not as cool as it was. And we were having a chat last night, weren't we? And
I think that's what
Yeah.
I think that's what threw you into the wall of jet lag last night. Was we were asking you about like diurnal shifts, and you're like, I think it's time for me to go back to the hotel.
time to sleep. Yeah, and I think, it's our soils, our terroir, our places are not dissimilar to Champagne in terms of, our vineyard happens to be more in a kind of clay area
hopefully
rather
cleaner
than a
too.
chalk area. Yeah. But it's, primarily the primary production in the UK is Pinot Noir, Chardonnay, Pinot Meunier for traditional method sparkling. And that's really where English and Welsh wine is, mainly English, is really kind of growing, if you'll excuse the pun, and developing and really competing at a quality level, with traditional champagne, but it's, you know, it's the same method, but with our spin on it and our influence in terms of, you know, our microclimates and how we're producing.
One of the wine clubs that I'm a member of, it's a local retailer. And it's funny, it's a lot of times a lot of Italian wines because it's an Italian restaurant. He sent us at the holidays, sent us sparkling wines home, and one of them was an English sparkling wine, and we had it on Christmas, and it was absolutely delightful. You know, so.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting in the English sparkling wine scene now is because this kind of latest iterations development of English vineyards has been around for a while. So actually we're beginning to build up a pretty cool catalogue of kind of older vintages, you know, Blanc de Blanc, Blanc de Noir, you know, the different vineyards are specialising in kind of different blends or different aging processes, different aging times. So it's just, you know, it's really a really exciting place to be as wine growers, grape growers, which is what I am, but as many vineyards around us.
I was actually really surprised because I guess I just think about it being to have him send us the wine. It must have been very reasonably priced because it's not a real expensive wine club.
What are you saying about him?
No. Well, no, that's the type of wine club it is. It's a very affordable wine club. The wines are, you know, there's usually one wine that's a little more expensive. You get 3 bottles. The other 2 are a little more price affordable. It's a certain amount of money that they charge you. And without knowing what the retail price is, you always know there's a couple good ones and a couple inexpensive ones or vice versa.
Yeah, I think that's a real challenge. And that's certainly a lot of debate that's happening in the UK at the moment with our sparkling wine because our vineyards are relatively small, most of the producers. So cost of production is pretty high in the UK. And, you know, labour's really high. Land is, you know, I'm here in California. You guys know.
Well, and making
exactly
sparkling wine that way is expensive.
Yeah,
it's capital expensive. So
and it takes time and you know, all
and then you're not able to charge what people in Champagne probably think they can charge for the same wine. So this is sort of like
especially in like the wholesale market, right? You know, wherever this wine club that Bart's getting this wine from, I'm sure that, you know, those wines in wholesale have a tough time just in a retail situation. 2 bottles on the shelf. One's a known entity with a yellow label from France, and the other one is a bottle of probably the same or greater quality, same price point from England. Which one is the regular consumer going to walk in and grab?
Yeah, and even in the UK market, that's a real challenge for us because, of course, you can get kind of non-primary dominant champagne brands now, champagne retailing at 15, down to £15, even £20, whereas English sparkling wine, typically in a retail environment, is going to be at least 20, if not 25, if not £30. Yeah. So actually, often the English sparkling wine is more expensive at retail or in the on-premise than an equivalent champagne.
But that's also a good thing because you want to come in and, you know, for all the reasons that we just said why it's expensive, you don't want to have to be selling it cheap.
No, well, we can't. It's not sustainable in every sense of the word for our industry.
So let them have that lower, as you described, the champagne producer, and save yours for the people that actually desire it and want it.
Yeah.
All right, can we have some bits and pieces from what you're going to be talking about today, especially in terms of young people and trends that you
you said some really interesting things at dinner last night, so
she doesn't remember those. She'll come up with new ones.
All right, perfect. Neither do I, so that's why I wanted to say it again.
Repeat, rinse. So we were talking about kind of demographic, particularly about trends from a demographic point of view, and thinking particularly about the US market. And I guess I get on my high horse just a little bit because there's a lot of chatter here in the US and in the press and in the trade press about, doom and gloom, wine's doomed, nobody loves wine, everybody hates wine, particularly young people have fallen out with love with wine, they're never going to drink wine again. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing slightly, but, we all know and we hear, and there's a lot of bloody doom and gloom, and the evidence I see from IWSR and Wine Intelligence, I'm lucky enough to be involved in those businesses, lucky enough to see the data. We've had 20 years of tracking data about consumers here in the US. Same methodology. So, might be some error in it, but we can see the trends. We can see the tracking trends. What we know is that amongst most age cohorts, with the exception of the very youngest, so 21 to 24-year-olds, all other age cohorts in the US, people are drinking more wine in those age groups than they were 15 years ago.
And when you say more, do you mean in terms of their consumption of how much they're drinking, or in terms of days of the week?
Let me correct myself, because I made an error in that statement there with my enthusiasm for the statement. Let me correct to get it precise. There are more people in those age cohorts, what we call participation rates.
That's even better.
So what we know from the data, I'm agnostic, I'm coming at this just looking at data.
No.
What we know is that Americans are not falling out of love with wine.
No.
And that's the same world over in other established and mature markets. Proportionally, more people are consuming wine in all age groups except the 21 to 24-year-olds. So you might say, well, Lulie, how come volumes of wine are going down if you're telling me we've got more people drinking wine?
And volumes in wine in terms of what average consumption, or in terms of when you say it's going down, what exactly do you mean?
So I'm talking there about the total volume of wine consumed in the US.
Okay.
On and off premise.
Yep.
Total number of bottles, litres consumed is reducing.
Right.
Okay.
So what I have the two statements I've made, you could say are contradictory, because on the one hand, I'm saying there's more people drinking. On the other hand, I'm saying there's less wine being consumed. So what's happening? What is happening is that consumers are doing two things. They are drinking beverage alcohol less frequently. So less serves of beverage alcohol on average. Wellness, moderate, period.
Meaning cocktails, beers,
everything, all beverage alcohol.
Wine,
yeah. So that's
liquor,
the first.
Buzzballs.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the first kind of impact. Yeah. The second impact is most consumers, again, here in the US is exactly the same, are enjoying a broader portfolio of beverage alcohol.
Right.
So if you drink 10 drinks a month, a week, a day, whatever your preference is, typically you're going to be drinking from lots of different, so whether it's a highball or a beer or whatever it might be.
I think about how different the beer cooler section of your local grocery store looks now than it did 20 years ago.
Well, and then
there's cider, there's kombucha, there's the White Claws and all those
and then the craft cocktails in cans
and all the RTDs,
right. And so it makes perfect sense. It's nobody should be shocked about that if they understand the marketplace. So I'll take that as good news.
Yeah, well, I think for me it is. And I think it's really easy to be doom and gloom about wine and kind of have this assumption that suddenly consumers around the world have just decided they don't like wine anymore. That's not true.
Right.
Yes, it's tougher. We've just been talking about wine production and wine sales, and yes, of course, it's really hard, and there are more threats, and it's more challenging, and it's more difficult. But fundamentally, proportionally, more people are drinking wine here in the US than they were 10 or 15 years ago.
And the other thing that goes along with this is, and we've said this many times, is when I was 21, I was drinking beer. I was drinking,
even though you worked in a winery.
Even though I worked in a winery, and I learned about wine, and I grew into wine, and I worked in a winery. So think about the people that don't know that, and what they do know is they know their local brewery and all the different flavors they have, and they figure out what they like, and they learn from it, and they get nerdy about the hops and the malts and stuff. Well, it's going to happen with wine. They're already open to trying other things. We just need to attract them.
Yeah, and again, if you look at the data, what we've done is been able to profile people who were younger, 10 or 15 years ago, and now what are they doing? and all the kind of age groups, kind of moving up. And, not surprisingly, we adopt wine more as we age, as our lifestyle changes, and that's still the case today. So again, this kind of, I suppose I'm a bit of a one-woman mission to say, let's not be so doom and gloom about wine, and let's not be so doom and gloom about younger people in wine. Yes, we need to be more innovative in terms of how we communicate what we're communicating, but the opportunities are still there.
Well,
That's
and
awesome.
it's because they have a lot of options. I think then what it should tell someone who has a brand is find a way to make that a loyal customer. They're open to drinking wine. They're open to drinking a lot of different things. How do you keep them drinking what you're making?
Yeah.
It's like music. They're streaming now. Young people have access to every single piece of music globally. So they've even gotten out of, they're listening not only when we grew up, it was whatever was on the radio. Was like what was being played at the time. Now they're listening to songs from 20, 30 years ago, listening to current things. They're listening to music from India, Africa, Asia.
Huyghe just sent me some like Turkish psychedelic techno the other day on Apple Music. You know?
That's all it
what about
takes. So-
Nortec Collective? It's from Mexico. And it's like a combination of traditional, traditional northern Mexican music, and then
Right.
with kind of some
Like
hip hop and
bandera or something?
hip hop and pop, and that's like taking off.
I'm gonna go look that up right now.
I'll send it to you.
But this is the thing. The young people have a lot of options. And so taking your information, what I would do if I had a brand was figure out how am I keeping them
Engaged.
loyal to my brand
So,
and product.
so does the data that you see offer any insights on how to do that? What's the magic? I mean,
Okay, well, there are kind of two in terms of brand building. So, well, there are a number, I was going to say two key areas, three key things I would talk about. One is driving awareness is absolute paramount for any brand. So the number one way to grow your brand, to grow your sales, therefore, is around awareness. So if 100 people know you, 5 people buy you. If 1,000 people know you, 50 people buy you. It's kind of simple math. So all of the
we
evidence
grew up in
is...
California public schools. There's no such thing as simple math.
So,
See, I didn't rip on just Petaluma there.
I know,
included
thank you.
Sonoma.
so
We're so
yeah.
dumb we didn't even notice it.
So awareness, and then it's to your point, it's about how do you get that awareness amongst your target audience or the people you're trying to reach.
No.
And then within the kind of brand strategy, again, all the marketing science literature at the moment is clearly pointing to two things: distinctiveness and differentiation. So distinctiveness is all about the kind of brand symbols, the logos, the stuff you recognize, and how important that is, what we call in the kind of marketing science world salience. So can I remember it, and can I remember it most importantly at the point of purchase, whether that be, DTC online, from a winery website, or in a store. So it's that recognition, instant recognition, that enables consumers to buy you. And then on the other side, differentiation, which is about, do I stand out from the crowd in terms of what it is I'm offering? So we've got three things: awareness, differentiation, and distinctiveness.
To me, there's almost like this cool factor though with younger people where they and then there's the people that sort of don't want to be told what to drink. They want to somehow discover it on their own. And so as a marketing person, that must drive people insane, because you're trying to reach people that basically want to do the work themselves and don't really want to be reached. They want to be put on an island and then figure out a way off the island.
It's really interesting you say that. I was just reading this morning about, I don't know if any of you have seen the memes that have been going around the last day or two about Josh wine.
Yes.
Incredible. Mm-hmm. And that, not anything that the brand owners did themselves. A kind of food and wine blogger guy just talked about, if you want to buy really good value wine, buy Josh.
Right.
It was a completely kind of innocuous, kind of positive, piece
like
of
the wine.
kind of post. You said that, not me. And then it's just gone viral, and there's all these kind of Josh memes
Right.
in a positive way,
Right.
not negative. And if you look at the Google Analytics for Josh Sellers and Josh Wine in the last 24, 48 hours, you know, hitting it just got like skyrocketing.
That's really interesting because there's some sarcastic takes on the memes also, right?
Maybe I thought they were all sarcastic.
Well, they
I
are,
mean,
but they're not derogatory.
They're correct. That's not like what I said.
There's humour.
I was attempting humor, but it became off as derogatory. Sorry, Josh. No, I mean that's really interesting. Yeah.
Again.
That's really interesting. But yes, I absolutely did notice that.
And then what about experiences? I think that's been a word that we've been using not only in the wine industry, but in hospitality in general, is
And
creating
retail.
and retail is creating experiences for the consumer. Something that where it's you're differentiating yourself from other brands by having this tangible, tactile way of interacting with your guests.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to. There's some really interesting research that's done in the field of psychology, which basically shows that if we take a photo when we're, you know, out for a meal or at a winery, whatever it is, but if we pick up our phones and take a photo, we have our memory of that experience is more positive than if we didn't take the photo, even if we never look at the photo again, because what you're doing is kind of grounding yourself at that moment and actually paying more attention to what's going on simply by the act of taking the photo. So that idea of how memories and positive memories are kind of embedded in our brains comes to your point about experiences.
I know
don't
that.
feel bad for the 75,000 photos on my phone that I never look at.
Well, but see, to go along with that, something I do is every year at the end of the year, I try to go through the last year and get rid of repeat photos and things that were like, you know, a measurement that I didn't write down. I took a picture of, right?
Photos with your thumb in it.
Right. And so I go through and clear those out, but I totally come along, you know, experiences that I had. And maybe I don't need 5 photos of it, so I delete 4 of them. But they are fond memories, and they resonate with me for a while after that, even though I just deleted a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And on the experiences thing, I think it's interesting that, you know, in the last 5 years, when the Sonoma Valley Vintners and Growers kind of did a market study, 2 things that came up today that they came up at that time was it was all about experiences. That's what young consumers were looking for, and this notion of wanting to discover it on their own and sharing it with their friends. And I think that's interesting that that's still happening. So it must be viable. People must still want to do it. So that's all.
Yeah, and certainly in terms of kind of consumers, particularly at the moment, although with economic pressures, you've got this kind of bifurcation where you've got, you know, the sort of, again, what feels contradictory of people wanting bargains and value and the cheapest, and at the same time splurging on, you know, kind of expensive stuff. And
all the growth is in the these luxury brands and luxury wines.
Yeah.
The higher end of the market.
Yeah.
And the lower end is where all the pain and suffering is, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. So we have a couple of minutes to talk about the Gérard Basset Foundation and the work that you're doing there.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah. Well, the foundation was set up in 2001. 2001? No. Was set up in 2021, and we did our first grant funding in 2022. It was set up in Gérard, who was, in Gérard's name, he was not only the most amazing man in the world, but happened to be a friend of mine as well. So I feel very honoured to be part of the work of the foundation. And really our mission is all about supporting not-for-profit organisations, institutions, academic providers around the world to support a broader and more diverse community of people to have the opportunity to work in this fantastic sector of wine and hospitality that we all work in. You know, it's the most amazing sector, full of the most amazing people. You know, everything's made with love. Hospitality is about love, and that's what the Gérard Basset Foundation do. And we've been lucky enough to pledge over $2 million in the last couple of years for 40 organizations around the world, including some local here, the 280 Project here in San Francisco.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
awesome.
Future podcast guest, Chris Renfro.
Yeah.
I'm working on that.
And so we funded 5 of their apprentices last year and another 5 this year. You know, and it ranges everything from, you know, WSET level 1 and level 2 students at the Pinotage Academy in Cape Town, through to an amazing organisation in Athens that supports single mums to get training and qualifications to have careers in hospitality and education. Hospitality and wine. You know, you name it.
Yeah.
It's just all sorts of different people. So that's what the foundation does, and we're the only foundation that really does that on a global scale. So we're super proud to do that in Gérard's legacy.
Proud to have you on the show talking about it.
We'd be giving you dings.
I know. If we had wine glasses, we'd be dinging
all these things, right?
Ow, ow, ow. I'm wearing the headphones today.
I guess that made a good sound.
If people want to learn more about the foundation, how can they reach out to you or
so they can reach if either DM us via LinkedIn, we're on LinkedIn a lot, or via our website gerardbassetfoundation.org, and you can find us there. You can find out how to apply for grant funding, how to apply to be a scholar, and if you're in hospitality or wine and you want to support us in terms of our fundraising, you can always get in touch with us that way.
Okay, and it's Basset, Basset.
I so butchered that.
That's right. I was thinking we would say Basset, but then like Angela Bassett, but that would probably be 2 T's, yeah?
I don't know.
I had it on my
I'm sure
brain.
Gérard won't mind however we pronounce it, as long as we're doing the good
just
work.
Don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah, Sam, you went to school in
Sonoma
Sonoma,
County. Sonoma County. Yeah, there was no Bassets in my graduating class. Well, Lulie, this has been just. We want to really we need a couple hours to go through all the things that we want to talk to you about, and we barely even have 1,000 questions about the vineyard. So.
And anytime we can go out to dinner again with you with a little more sleep would be amazing.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks, guys.
Very welcome. Thank you. What time are you talking today?
I am talking at 12:15 about the foundation to give everybody lots more information about that.
Is that when Chris is going to be in on that talk? Okay.
Yeah.
Am I free to go to that one, or am I going to be working during that, Barbara? I got a swishy hand. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think I know where I'll be.
Next show, you might just be hearing my voice.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks for listening. Hey, welcome back to the Winemakers. We are still at the DTC Symposium.
We are so direct to consumer.
We are
so symposed. Whatever that means.
Well, and we have Steve Gross on, who you guys had on last year, I believe, when you guys were at the DTC Symposium. And I was not here, but I'm totally excited about this. The only thing that I've posted so far from this conference was one of the big posters from Free the Grapes. The
Free the Grapes logo.
Yes.
The fighting berry.
And I have a question.
Shackles.
Is that the grape's name?
It was the grape's name. For a long time he had shackles on, and then that became politically incorrect and appropriative, so we removed the shackles, but he still has the name.
But he's still, he seems to be getting angrier.
We're just getting tired. I'm doing the same thing over and over again. But yeah. No.
Well, and this is a conversation that I have in the tasting room a lot, is young people that are becoming young wine consumers are used to an environment where they have money, they see something online, they enter their credit card information, they hit send, and about 2 days later it shows up at their house.
Right.
There's a complete disconnect with the wine industry on this for certain states. So tell me, I just always assumed it was a matter of time before there was some sort of revolution that happened where people would just be marching on Washington saying, why can't we get wine sent to our freaking house? But you guys are actually doing it probably in a more constructive and
Can I just say one thing, because we've talked about this on the podcast with some guests that we had on who were in the wine business before the Petroncellis, before there was direct to consumer, before you could ship out of state.
Right.
And your comments from earlier, I mean, that's when you started. So 1986, there was no
There was no legal DTC shipping across state lines at that point. And
Period.
And
when did that change?
Starting in 1985, the first bill was introduced in California, and it was we can go way down the weeds here, but it was what we called reciprocal shipping bills then. It was, the 80s were the time of NAFTA and free trade, and so we decided we would put in a free trade bill for direct-to-consumer wine shipping across state lines. And one state had to go first, so we passed it in California. Oregon was the next state to pass it. But the idea there was a free trade agreement that says you can ship a limited amount to our consumers as long as we allow wineries from your state to ship to us. And so it was that trade, that agreement between two states that their wineries and their consumers together could ship wine back and forth. And that was how it started. We got up to 13 states using that model, but there was no payment of tax, there was no reporting, there was nothing. It was just a law that said, it was kind of like a good handshake across state lines that allowed for wine to move in those states outside of the three-tier system, but also outside of the tax and reporting system. And once we started to gain momentum on that through the 80s and the early 90s, the wholesalers got more aware, became more nervous about it, and responded in 1996 by putting in the felony bills. Kentucky was the first state to make it a felony to ship wine into their state. There was a series of states, particularly in the Southeast, that followed, led to the fight in Florida that was referenced earlier today when Free the Grapes was formed, which was when Florida was considering their first felony bill. We introduced a legal DTC shipping bill to counter that. Went down with a delegation of folks from the Wine Institute, from the Napa Valley Vintners, tried to lobby to pass the bill in the wake of the felony bill having been passed in 1996, and realized we needed another quiver in our arrow, so to speak. We needed that consumer media aspect in addition to lobbying, and that's when we created Free the Grapes.
And what is the I mean, it's about money, right? It's about someone just because there's other products that you can purchase from other states that get sent right to your home.
Well, it's money in principle. First of all, other products, you couldn't really prohibit them. You can prohibit wine because the 21st Amendment, when it was adopted, which is what overturned Prohibition in 1934, in order to pass the 21st Amendment, they had to include a Section 2. And Section 2 of the 21st Amendment gave the states the right to regulate the sales and delivery of alcohol within their borders. The reason that was included in the 21st Amendment is that they needed to get a supermajority of states to sign on to pass it, and they knew there were states like Kansas and Oklahoma and Utah, so that had no intention at that point of legalizing the sale of alcohol within their state. They wanted to be able to stay dry, but they needed those states to endorse the concept of repealing prohibition so that the national revenues could start to be collected again, and it would end what they saw as the abuses during Prohibition. And ironically, a lot of people don't even know that the 34th state that put us over the line and let Prohibition be repealed was Utah. But as I said, they had no intention at that point of opening up their market, and that's why you have the 21st Amendment. Yeah, but nonetheless, so because of the 21st Amendment, states can prohibit interstate commerce on wine in a manner that they couldn't on T-shirts or coffee cups or something like that, because there is specific language that addresses alcohol crossing state lines.
But I understand the argument that if you wanted to have a dry state, but once you've gone past that point, then now what is your reasoning for wanting to control?
The reason for wanting to control is simply that control. I think they want to be able to ensure that all of the things that are shipped into their state, that revenues are collected, so they get their tax money, that they can account for how product is moving through their channels. Obviously, the wholesalers in the states that utilize wholesalers, and that's the vast majority of them for wine, because you only have 5 control states plus Montgomery County for wine. Those wholesalers in that state didn't want the competition. We went to the U.S. Supreme Court in 2004. The Granholm decision was rendered in 2005. And what they said was that, if you allow in-state wineries to do DTC shipping, then out-of-state wineries have to be allowed that same privilege. Mm-hmm. That was the theory behind Granholm. So if you allow the in-state folks to do it, out-of-state has it too. Mm-hmm. Well, a state like Utah that doesn't allow in-state wineries to do DTC shipping is within their constitutional right to prohibit out-of-state wineries from doing DTC shipping as well. So, that was what Granholm meant. It didn't apply to everybody. That's there's a separate path of retailer litigation going on where retailers want to have the same thing that the wineries have. But, to date, the Granholm decision was about manufacturers, about producers. And if your in-state wineries could ship, the out-of-state guys. So we made the case that, look, this is integral to in-state wineries as they're starting to get developed and start their businesses. If you're going to allow them to ship, you have to allow out-of-state. Well, right now there's 3 states that are still prohibiting anybody from doing DTC shipping within their state. That's Delaware, Mississippi, and Utah. So constitutionally, they're on legal grounds to do that. Principally, I think it's our argument is trying to say their consumers are being discriminated against in comparison to consumers in other states. They want to have the access that the people in the other states have, and that's what we're trying to grant.
So what are some of the big wins that have happened over the past 10 years?
Well, the past 10 years has been keeping the system open. Some of the more recent, Pennsylvania was a big state that opened up relatively recently. It was the last one to really pop and increase that was the biggest population state that was still left to open within the last 10 years. It's been a trigger. We've been focusing, most of the states were open by the mid-teens, I would say, in the wake of the Granholm decision. What we've been focusing on since then is improving things. Massachusetts, for example, had a 30,000-gallon capacity cap that we litigated and were able to have rendered unconstitutional in 2013, I think it was. So, you went in and you were able to then open up that state to DTC shipping. We're trying to do the same thing, getting rid of the capacity cap in New Jersey, which is what I talked about during the panel this morning. There was, we were able to open up Ohio, got rid of their capacity cap, which was 250,000 gallons, the same as the one in New Jersey a couple of years ago.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Where do the numbers come from when they decide 250,000 gallons?
Typically, it's put in by the wholesale lobby to be larger than any of the in-state wineries. So what they wanted to do was come up with something that allowed all of the in-state wineries to ship, but excluded out-of-state wineries, the big guys that they typically have in their portfolios already, and they didn't want to have the competition from. So our response to that one in the litigation in Massachusetts, it was more complicated than Granholm because it wasn't that it was facially discriminatory, where an in-state winery can do something an out-of-state winery can't. In this case, it was all of the in-state wineries were allowed to do it, but their argument was that every winery out of state that's of this same small size is able to also ship. So, the argument there was it doesn't have to just be facial discrimination. It can be non-facial. It can be discrimination in fact. And we were able to prove that 87%, I think it was, over 80% of all the volume of the wines being produced in the United States were being excluded from the Massachusetts market. Wow. Even though a lot of the numbers of wineries that could ship, they were still, the Massachusetts consumers were being blocked from a lot of the volume brands that they may have wanted to have access to. Mm-hmm. So that was done through litigation. Litigation is expensive. It takes a long time, and it's the least preferred avenue for us to pursue. So, we would prefer to go into the states using that as leverage to try and, go through and do the legislative route. And that's what we were able to successfully do after Massachusetts, in Arizona, in Ohio, and we hope to still do it in New Jersey.
So does it help, do you think, or have you ever had this experience where it helps you when someone that is some of the politicians in the states that you're trying to sway or change some laws are wine drinkers? like Thomas Jefferson.
What are you
I
saying,
think
Brian?
I'm saying that I think Thomas Jefferson
have some wine
famously
knowledge.
he tried to lower taxes and tariffs on French wine coming into the United States, and not because he was a nice guy, because he was stocking his own cellar.
Right.
So, and he loved French wine.
Not necessarily.
But
okay.
but if we have more people in these states that are wine drinkers that are of like mind, then maybe it might help grease the wheels.
I think it does help us, and certainly, I mean, we've had experiences in the past, and I'll leave the state blank in my state. But for example, we had a state that had a higher tax on sparkling wine than they had on regular wine. A senator in a position of leadership in that state's wife drank only sparkling wine. He heard about that and he thought, this is costing me money. And surprisingly, we were able to bring the sparkling wine tax down to be equal to the table wine tax.
Yeah.
That's not
fantastic.
always the rule.
Yeah.
I think it does help to have people who like our product. It helps to have people who are on wine club lists and understand the process and how it works, and that in fact they do have to have an adult signature to get their packages delivered, and that there are hoops to go through, but that the revenues are being collected and they're being charged for things. That's helpful, but it doesn't always overcome home cooking. There is in the world that I work in, which is the lobbying world, the wholesalers are fantastic at building relationships with their in-state politicians. And we're up against an in-state wholesaler association in every state where we're going in, and we're coming in as the California wine industry trying to pass legislation that would, in essence, be opposed by the in-state wholesalers. These guys have been supporting politicians since they ran for dog catcher or, their local city council or the school board long before they ever got to the state senate and the state assembly. So they have long-standing relationships. They are very generous donors to campaigns. So, the way we can overcome that bias is by utilizing consumers from that state to tell the story that they want access to product that they're being denied, that the guy in the state across the river can do. And we have to make it into a consumer story instead of a California winery story. Yeah. And that's why we work with local wineries where we can, and why we always try and work through Free the Grapes. And this is our fundraiser for Free the Grapes. That's why we're here for this conference, the DTC Symposium, is to be able to have Free the Grapes provide that messaging from consumers to legislators. And that's one of the things that Free the Grapes facilitates, is if we send out a request saying, hey, there's going to be a hearing on SB 100 in XYZ state tomorrow, they can send out an urgent notice to their list of consumers in XYZ state saying, please go to our website, go to this, your state section, and there's an action you can take, and that's to go on, enter their name, their address, send the letter, and we coordinate how that's sent. So it goes to their state representative, their state assembly, senators, whoever, and to the people we're targeting, the committee chairs and the people that might be sitting in that hearing the next day. So it's a very concentrated effort. It's not cheap to do. Yeah. That's why events like this that are fundraising events are important. But, it's being able to get that consumer that actually wants to get something, it becomes real to legislators when they get a letter or an email from a consumer in their district.
Right. So every person listening to this podcast should go on to Free the Grapes and register themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Regardless of where they live, correct?
100%.
Register yourself, and if you're a winery or a winemaker, you should watch for the notices from Free the Grapes that will ask you to reach out to your consumers in a certain state and provide them with a message or just a link to the website. We sometimes ask wineries to put a blurb in their newsletter that's going out just saying, hey, if you live in X state, please, pay attention to this issue, or we're going to have a hearing in September or something like that. I mean, there are actions that can be taken by wineries in order to engage their consumers to help open up the markets, or to protect the markets. I mean, we talked today about states that have had shipping since the 80s, Wisconsin, where all of a sudden a big piece of legislation that was 150 pages long, of which we were a couple of pages, went through without a hearing, no discussion on that bill, was passed through in the last days of the session, and in essence could shut down DTC shipping into the state of Wisconsin after all these years if we're not able to fix it. So we're going to be asking consumers to reach out to their legislators in order to reopen or keep that market open. We have until the summer of 2025, or in the, I guess, January of 2025 to get it fixed.
Well, there's definitely some Wisconsinites.
Yep.
Wisconsiners. In our listening base. You know who you are. Go to freethegrapes.org.
Yeah.
And figure out how to. So, and then that's actually one of my questions. What are some of the, sneaky little lines of legislation in a big bill? What are some of the coming threats that you see out there to places that are, sorry, I keep talking into the microphone the wrong way, which is unlike me. What are some of the coming threats that you see? New tactics, new ways that states and legislators and the wholesale lobby are trying to.
Well, yeah, because I just always assumed
down.
this was like some old white guys that were just not giving it up, and that eventually they would die off. But it seemed with this situation in Wisconsin, this is like this is a new thing. Like, wait, how come we're going backwards?
No, the wholesalers keep getting, merging and becoming more powerful as this sort of like monolithic entity in the alcohol industry.
It's not just wholesalers. There's other opponents to DTC shipping. The public health world is opposed because they feel that it makes access to alcohol too easy. There are other detractors. There are retailers in states who don't want the competition. They, for the longest time, they were the only game in town. We've got caught up with other issues. In the wake of COVID, beer producers and spirits producers want to be able to do what wine producers have been able to do now for quite some time. We were beautifully positioned going into COVID with being able to ship into 98% of the U.S. population. If you saw the slides I put up today, beer and spirits, they have 6 or 9 states, that those folks can go into. So there's a very different, but attitude out there. As those people go to try to get what we have, it's reopening the discussion about DTC shipping in all these states. We don't want that to take away the existing privileges we have, but as states are trying to block beer or spirits shipping, they're put in that conundrum of why are we allowing wine if we're not allowing these other guys. We're also caught up in the issue of delivery. Home delivery became a very big deal during COVID. You talked earlier about younger people are used to just pressing a button on their phone and they can get whatever they want delivered to their house, often within hours. Yep. That is a big deal in lots of states that previously had not allowed for delivery from their in-state retailers or the in-state restaurants. But during COVID, that all changed. So states started writing new rules about how to handle delivery from all of those entities. Lots of states put in emergency rules that were going to last for the duration of COVID, but then they didn't know what they were going to do. It's once the cat's out of the bag and people got used to getting those things delivered, they wanted to keep them being delivered. So we're in an atmosphere right now where when they go in to write a bill about delivery, this Oregon was a good example where they were going in and doing a delivery bill for all of these package stores and bars and grocery stores and restaurants. They started using language that was detrimental to common carrier delivery. So we had to go in and differentiate DTC shipping from delivery. Ours are not done same day typically. There's no same day delivery. Right. It's overnight. It's crossing state lines. There's differentiation there between the thing. You also have all of the third-party delivery companies that are scrambling to be allowed to include alcohol with their deliveries from restaurants.
And they should be on our side, right? Because they're making money from the deliveries. You would think that's some lobbying power there with GLS, FedEx, whoever.
Yeah, they are all on our side. But the food delivery companies that are doing
the Uber
Eats and, all of Grubhub, folks like that, they have their own detractors too. So once you start those discussions, once you start changing anything in the alcohol beverage space, you start to realign both supporters and opponents. And when you get into these discussions, it has once again opened up what we had hoped was going to be just quiet moving forward on a lot of our, keeping our laws intact. All of a sudden we've had to go back in and say, okay, you're changing our statute And once you open up a statute, the people who are the detractors say, oh, and let's do this. And that's where we've come across things like, you're asking what the threats are. Most of the things I referenced today that are problematic for us, it's not necessarily an attack directly at the winery. It's an attack at the common carrier or the fulfillment house, requiring them to have licenses perhaps where they didn't have them before, to do reporting where they didn't have to do that before, to increase the level of reporting or make it more frequent or increase the penalties on them when there's a violation or something. And that is our kind of sore thumb that could get here. We can't have a DTC program without common carriers being able to make those deliveries for us. So, you know, where a lot of what we see now as kind of the attacks at, you know, the Wisconsin bill, if you look at it in its entirety, the only real change for wineries is it's going to require us to have what's called an in-state agent for service and process of a violation, or for when our license needs to be renewed. What it did that's going to stop shipping is put unworkable requirements on the common carriers so that they're not able to do their business in the state, and to make it so onerous on fulfillment houses and common carriers with potential fines that they may choose not to do business in the state. Now, both of those entities have told the state that if the bill isn't changed, they will stop servicing customers in Wisconsin in 2025. So that's important for the legislators to know and the regulators to know.
And consumers.
Wait, like
consumers,
period, or specifically with wine? Like FedEx and UPS are just okay.
I mean, they're not going to.
They're not pulling out of Wisconsin.
Well, but part of the reason for
that would be
presence.
Be like, all right, get that Amazon
the important
van
part
fired
here
up.
is they can't risk getting a violation that could put their overall licenses in jeopardy because of a onerous violation for wine shipping. They would just simply say, okay, the wine part's not worth it on this. So, you know, that's where we run into trying to, you know, even though it's not in the winery part of the statutes, it's in the practical delivery of wine part of the statute. So we have to you know, look at all of these and work with the fulfillment houses and the carriers.
I think it's interesting how last year when you made your presentation, you talked about just this, like what was wins, what was losses, and what are things that are ongoing. And that was one of the things that was ongoing with the beer and the liquor, and it's going to continue, and it probably won't be resolved for a long time.
You know, it's interesting because the beer guys and the spirits guys we want what wine has, and we want it now. Right. And it's interesting. I mean, I'm speaking at the Craft Brewers Conference in April, and you know, part of the reason I'm there is to explain to their members that it's taken us almost 40 years to get to where we are, that it didn't happen overnight, and that they have, you know, it's not going to happen overnight for them either.
Simmer down, kids.
And you know, and that it needs to be done right, and that you can't come at it with the attitude of, well, we're just going to go ahead and do it willy-nilly and hope and try and fix it later. You know, liquor licenses, unlike, you know, some other things, you can't necessarily ask for forgiveness.
Right.
Because you lose a license. Right. And once you put a license in jeopardy, it's a little bit of a different game. Yeah. So we have to be aware of that and work under those constraints.
Yeah. How long till cannabis gets in this where they want to be able to ship?
They're already talking about it.
They already want it. Yeah. And, you know, the difference right now is as long as it remains a scheduled item at the federal level, it can't cross state lines. You know, so they really don't have, you know, they don't have the practical things that we have, which are the, you know, like the Granholm decision stuff. You're not going to get a Granholm decision for cannabis at this point because technically it's still illegal at the federal level. Yeah. You know, that's going to change at some point, I think. I think the winds are blowing that way. But in defense
of drifting in that direction.
Yeah, in defense of the carriers too. I mean, they are trying right now to be very careful that everything they're carrying is in compliance. And, you know, they can't be expected to know if somebody doesn't tell them a box contains alcohol. Yeah. They can't be expected to be able to figure that out and know. And that's what some of the states are trying to do. They're trying to get them to be the police and saying, even if you unknowingly deliver a box of alcohol, it's on you. You know, they're saying, look, if we're told it's alcohol, we have certain protocols we'll follow, and we'll report it, and we'll get the signatures and all of those things. But if somebody goes and drops off a box and says it's olive oil or doesn't say anything at all about what it contains, then they can't be responsible for that. And that bleeds over into other products. I mean, they can't be responsible for knowing somebody's putting cannabis in a box. Hopefully they've wrapped it really well so you can't smell it. Yeah. But nonetheless, I mean, they don't know what everything that's being dropped off in one of their boxes and stuff is. And they can't be expected to do that for wine and not be expected to do that for other commodities. So, there's only so much information that they have available that they can report. And that's the weight of the box.
Right.
And the tracking number. And any state, if they have the weight of the box and the tracking number, if you have a winery reporting and you also have a fulfillment house reporting, can triangulate that. There is a unique tracking number. There is only one tracking number, and it applies to that box. And you can say, the carrier is going to say it weighed 38 pounds, and the winery is going to say, I sent a case.
Right.
That adds up. That's perfectly legit. And the fulfillment house is also going to say, I sent a case, and all of them have the same tracking number. Right. So there's no rational need to try and make the carriers report information they don't have. Yeah. There is a tactical reason to do it, and that's for trying to get them out of the business.
So is there anybody working on the post office? The post office ability to
it's out there. There have been bills that have been carried. It's very...
And is it a good idea?
We're concerned about it at the Wine Institute, and I'll tell you why. It's the reason is all of this is dependent upon states being able to regulate the common carrier. And there is a very big question of how and when and if they would be able to regulate a federal agency that's coming in. Now, the legislation that's been, as it's been drafted, has said things like, the UPS or the Postal Service would have to follow all the same rules that FedEx and UPS have to do. The interesting thing would come down the day that the state of Maryland would tell the post office that they've suspended their license. I mean, how does that work? And and if a postal union employee is going to be jailed for not getting a signature and for however many numbers, how does that work? And so while philosophically we don't have an opposed position on this, we do have some concerns about how it would in fact be implemented. And there is it raises more questions perhaps than what it
Those
solves.
aren't even the questions that I thought of.
Oh, have you been to a post office?
Yeah,
lately?
which is exactly like
there's all kinds of things about the delivery capacity and the adult signature requirements and all those kind of things, which they would have to be able to comply with. Right. Yeah. But it is, it's kind of fraught with questions, and our feeling at the moment is we have enough challenges as it stands, and to be honest, there is good coverage and good opportunity out there using the two carriers that are there, and there are some other smaller players too. But it's under consideration, but it's part of a much bigger issue, both at the federal level. It would take Congress would have to change the law. It is currently illegal for the USPS to handle alcohol, so that would have to be changed, and it would be a big fight.
But I mean, wouldn't that be great to have that the thing that pulls them out of the complete loss of millions of dollars every year? What if we made them the sole carrier of alcohol in the United States?
I don't think we could come close to their deficit, even with that, to be honest. But
it's a lot of wine.
Because
you heard earlier, wine consumption is down from other guests. So I don't know if we're going to save the post office.
And it's not to say that it would be any cheaper than the other carriers, right? So.
No, just concentrated. Awesome. All right, cool.
Well, thank you, Steve.
Absolutely.
Of course. Yeah.
I love the year. I think we should just make this a yearly check-in with the Wine Institute.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
I mean, because the people who listen to the show, we know they're either the people getting those shipments or the people sending those shipments, and kind of this whole thing relies on it. Yeah. What was the impetus? Who was the first person who went like, I'm going to send this wine instead of trying to go through the 3-tier system? It seems like for so long, my whole life growing up in Sonoma, was wine got loaded onto semi trucks and went across the country.
Well, I think what it was in excuse me, In the early 80s, the amount of visitor traffic to tasting rooms in California really started to tick up. It became a thing to do. And it wasn't until you really had the visitor experience at the tasting room that you started to get the direct connection to the consumers that were from outside of your particular neighborhood. You know, before it had been a lot of, you did have tasting rooms, you had people who came to visit.
It was day trips.
I just laughed the other day. We happened to watch Bottle Shock with some friends visiting over the holidays who had never seen it. And there's the scene in there where, you know, Spurrier comes to California and everybody's laughing. You charged him for a tasting? It's like, well, I didn't charge him, but he thought he should pay, you know. But it was the whole thing because they didn't have formal tasting rooms. Right. It wasn't a thing. As that started to expand, you got some vintners who were progressive and decided they wanted to try and figure out. At the Wine Institute, we created a committee, and it was the Small Wineries Issues Committee, which when I was brand new, I was kind of assigned this committee. And I thought, well, that's really cool. They're giving me a committee and I'm brand new. Well, it's because nobody else wanted to deal with the committee because it was kind of some tough issues. But we had two chairs. We had Sandy Obester from Obester Winery and Dan Duckhorn from Duckhorn Vineyards came in, and they started that discussion of saying, you know, we have brands that are succeeding in the three-tier system, but we're not able to satisfy all the consumers who are visiting us at our tasting rooms. We want to look at that to see how we could change it. And that's what led to the crafting of the reciprocal shipping law and stuff that I talked about before, was the members of that subcommittee, which at the time, by definition, were small wineries, because that's what we were trying to do. We were working to expand our membership to make sure that people knew we didn't just represent big wineries, that we were also interested in the issues that smaller wineries were interested in. Ironically now, every winery of every size is interested in DTC shipping. They've realized it's not just about shipping, it's about building their brand and building their consumer portfolio and curating, you know, their contacts with the people they sell to. Yeah. But it came out of the fact that once wineries started dealing more directly with people face to face in the tasting room, they wanted to be able to expand that experience across state lines. And it turned into what we have now, which is the various state shipping laws. But, you know, that's been a process of 37
Patchwork.
Years to get there.
Quilt of bureaucracy.
Yeah.
So freethegrapes.org and the wineinstitute.org?
Correct.
Yeah. And there's lots of good information on the Wine Institute.
We just became Wine Institute members, 16600.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Open for a FedEx deal, I think is what
well,
we're looking
that's one of the things we offer. Yeah. But it's also, you know, our members are important because they're the ones that make it possible for us to do what we do. And nobody else is doing what we do. That's
I will say a fairly reasonable membership fee compared to a lot of these organizations that hit us up for dues and membership fees all the time. So
our dues are based on your annual production and sales. So it you know, for small guys it is a bargain. For the big guys, it's a big commitment. And you know, we appreciate that both size groups for the most part have chosen to participate. We're, you know, it's important work, I think. You know, we work on a lot of other issues besides just direct consumer shipping. We work on taxes and franchise laws and all kinds of stuff like that. But this is the one thing that, you know, has really, it helped our members and every winery in the U.S., regardless of whether you're a member of the Wine Institute or not. And our members, just because they're all in California, it doesn't mean that it hasn't benefited wineries from all the other states. And one of the things, you know, you were just mentioning the website, our DTC shipping information is available to any winery. You don't have to be a member in order to get up there and look at all that. We've made that publicly available to everybody because we think it's important. The more people that are in compliance with the laws, the more successful we can be as we, you know, work on these things in other states. So we want everybody to know the rules so they can follow them.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, thanks, Steve. We'll see you again next
all right,
year.
Guys.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been a year. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for all the hard
DTC
work.
Symposium.
We'll be back.
We'll be back.
That would have been pressure.
Yeah.
Because you'd be
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Four guests in, 5 guests in.
I know. We finally got a little wine at
pouring a little
the
wine.
DTC Symposium.
We're consumers. Bring the wine directly to us. This is the whole fucking point. What is going on? Just because we make it doesn't mean we don't. In fact, we make it so we can consume it.
All right. So, Walter Carter, thank you. Welcome to the show. We thank you for being the first person to walk in with a bottle of wine in your hand.
Take note, data analysts. What are you doing?
Well, thank you for having me, man. And it's this is kind of my thing too, to bring some wine. So I'm glad you guys are here and able to join. I'm glad I got to pour the first glass for you. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and you're from now. Were you born and raised in Temecula, or that's just where you are currently?
That's where I ended up, man. Originally from Tampa, Florida.
Okay.
Took a trip out west. I had traveled a bunch. Went London, Netherlands, all over, but I'd never been to California. 2011, I went out there and visited a buddy of mine. Fell in love with the area, and I really thought I was going to wind up living in San Diego. Like that was going to be the thing. I'm going to move out there. I'm going to go to San Diego. And then
Were you into wine? Was wine your path?
I knew about it. I'd opened an Italian restaurant in Tampa, and I'd worked with a buddy of mine who was really into wine. And when those wine reps would come in and try to sell you wine, I always went to the classes, because if you're serving wine, obviously you adding it to the check. You know, you make more money as a server or somebody who's in the event banquet space.
Yep.
But I really didn't care about it. You know what I mean? It was cool, but I didn't really know. But then I got to California and just fell in love with the space. And so I was working for the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA. I thought I wanted to be a coach. And it was just, looking for something to do something different. And one of the moms on the team said, man, you should go to one of the wineries. And I was like, no, I'm kind of done with the serving industry. I don't want to do that anymore. Time went by. I applied at one winery, Danza del Sol Winery. 2 weeks in, they called me for an interview, and I was going to the interview, and I'm going to get this job. Like I said in my mind, I'm going to get this job, because I just wanted to. Now I want to do it. I've seen how it works and how it moves. Now I want to do it. Got hired there in 2012, and I've not looked back. I cannot believe I'm still doing it. I love it. I love our industry. I love what we get to do. I cannot believe they pay me to do it. Cannot believe it.
Can you tell us about the winery?
The winery?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can tell you whatever. Yeah, I can. I love it. Our winery, Danza del Sol Winery, sits on 40 acres. 35 of it is planted. It's the fifth oldest vineyard in Temecula Valley.
So
which
give us a date. What do you guys say? What's your year?
So the original owner, Dr. Phil Singer, got there in 68. He planted the first vines in 72. There's some argument between him and another winery out there whose bond number is lower or higher, so 4 or 5. But we settled on 5. We're the 5th oldest vineyard in the valley. And we have the oldest commercial Sauvignon Blanc in the valley. Just turned 52 years old this year.
Nice.
Exciting stuff.
Old vine, officially a historical vineyard, 50 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Some old vine Sauvignon Blanc.
Yeah.
Probably a great place for.
Probably.
That's the thing. I've never been to Temecula. Maria has been there. I've never.
Why?
I don't know. I mean,
talked about because
sell it.
I'm about
because
to.
in our show, and we recorded. I don't actually know whose voice it is. Who does? Our show opens with "From the birthplace of natural modern winemaking, Sonoma, California."
It was wine business,
right?
Yeah,
whatever about it.
Right.
But the truth of the matter is, the first vineyards and wineries in the state of California before Sonoma and Napa, and this is Spanish colonial times, Mexican colonial times. Was Temecula.
Yeah. They just found
They
just found some mission grapes. I think they're said over 100 years old out there, just behind Pachanga Casino.
Right.
The guys are gonna actually, one of the Hart, somebody from that family is gonna be. I think they're trying to revive them and pull some grapes off of them. But Temecula, when I first started, we would get people from Napa, Sonoma, and they would come in and they would taste. And I was super green, right? So I'd be pouring behind the bar, and they would almost within 2 or 3 pours, they go, "Well, I'm from Napa."
Right.
And so being green and young, you kind of just bow down and you go, oh, and then you go there, you go to Napa, and listen, great wines producing great stuff. But when you come to Temecula, there's something very special about where we are, the location to the proximity of the coast, right? We're 20 miles, the crow flies, but we sit down on the valley floor about 1,500 feet. So there's a rainbow gap in the mountain that allows that cool air to come right through the valley. So there's an adventurous spirit to the winemaking now that we're not just stuck, growing Chardonnay and Syrah and Pinot Noir, which we can't grow because it's too warm. But we can do things like Vermentino, Riesling, Gewürztraminer. Like there's things out there that people walk out and they walk in the state, they go, what is that?
Yeah.
We go, yeah, it's Tempranillo. It's Grenache. It's Petit Syrah. It's Cab Franc. It's like all these different things that they can grow out there. And people are going, well, I've only heard of this grape a couple of times. Welcome to Temecula.
Wow.
I mean, it is amazing that Temecula is only 20 miles to the coast.
As a crow flies, it's 20 miles.
Because you can't drive there.
No.
But that's pretty amazing.
Southern California, you can't drive anywhere there.
Well, right. Without even regarding traffic, it's just not that close.
Right.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And I think there's a sense of community in Temecula. Like I don't know about Napa and Sonoma. I can't speak to Lodi or Paso, but we all are. We want all the wineries to do well. When people, the number one question we get asked in that tasting room is, where should I go next?
Yep.
Right? So when we're hiring people on staff, we tell people, don't talk bad about any other winery. And we encourage you. Your first 2 weeks, we literally like bring you into work, you check in, and you go taste.
Yeah.
We want you to go find 2 or 3 places that you love.
Right.
Other than the place that you're working. So when somebody asks you where you should go, and you're not just going, well, I love this place. Tell me why.
Yeah.
Why do you love Pelter? Why do you love Dofo? Why do you love Messia? Tell me why you love these places. And I think what happens is we build this community, and people are able to say, if you want sweet wine, go here. If you want a great view, go here. You want great food, go here. And you can really feel that. I think you can feel that in Temecula. There's no real competition. I want you to come love the brand new winery. You should.
How many wineries in Temecula?
Right now, I think there's 51, 52, depending on who you're asking. I think they're in process. There's one being built right now as we speak, and I think it'll be open by the end of this year, 2024. So I think we'll be at 52 or 53 wineries. And they're in close proximity. You can, I haven't been to Oregon, but I heard you had to really, get in the car and drive around. And Temecula, you can get to a new winery. I mean, you've seen some of the bachelorette parties try to walk, from winery. It's not, I wouldn't encourage it.
Right. Rent a bus,
So
ladies.
how is the bachelorette party?
And I think that's another thing. I think a lot of people look at us as almost like the woohoo, right? The woohoo winery scene. But I think there's real good wine. It's still there, right? You get the party buses, the limos. But isn't that everywhere?
Yeah,
right?
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
But you're
Doesn't
right.
mean we
It's
don't
like
make
in
fun of
Sonoma, I think when people that haven't been to Sonoma County, when they look at a map, because we come across people like this at the tasting room where I go, oh, where are you tasting today? They're like, oh, we're tasting at Unti, which is in Dry Creek Valley. Right. We're tasting at Farniente, which is over in Napa.
Right.
We're starting at Domaine Carneros. And I'm like, wait a minute, you guys, and they go, oh, we looked at the map. They're only like this far, and they're holding like their fingers open, and it's not. It's gonna take you a long time. But in Temecula, like, what is mile wise? Like, how big is Temecula?
I mean, that's a great question, but just on our it's split into kind of 3 tasting sections, if you will. So there's Di Portola where we are, and it kind of sits on the furthest west, I believe, the furthest west side of Temecula, right, Temecula Valley. So, and then it's Rancho California, which cuts right down the heart of Temecula, right down the valley floor, and then there's another one. And it's kind of, I forget the name of it, Los something. Mm-hmm. But it's a little bit more of the smaller boutique wineries on that side. So on our road, there's 9 wineries. And I want to say it's in a 2.5, 3 mile rate span.
Right.
So Di Portola is about, give or take, 3 miles.
Okay.
And on that road, there's 9 wineries. So
you can literally just go.
Yes.
Every hour and a half to a different winery.
And just move on and just move up. And we're talking 45 seconds sometimes between wineries.
Okay, so what is your actual title with the winery?
I am the director of hospitality for Danza del Sol Winery, and we have an affiliate winery, Mesilla de la Viña Winery. So I'm the director of hospitality for both.
Okay.
So what are you here speaking about today?
Today I'm talking about the evolving world of events. Coming out of COVID, I think everybody was chomping at the bit to kind of figure out what the next move was. Some people used it, hit the reset button. Some people leaned into what was working well. We kind of did a little bit of both, right? We reset the button on kind of how we looked at events and how we wanted to perform them. And then we leaned into the things that worked well for our region, for where we are. And we saw a nice, and over time now, this hasn't been overnight, but over the last probably 3 years, we've seen a growth in our events, and I think it's working. Our formula is working for us.
So can we talk a little bit about the events? Like, what kind of events are you putting on, with what kind of frequency, what kind of engagement? What do you find works as far as getting people out? Is it for wine club members only, or are you open or for the public as well?
So what we found is in the last probably year or two is that smaller events create a little bit some more, you want people to be able to feel the love and the intimacy. Thank you. Yeah. So a little bit more smaller, intimate events seems to work. Having wine club member only events, and then having events as well where everybody's invited. Mm-hmm. I think wine club members want to feel important, so you have to give an opportunity to feel that way. There's a reason I'm paying into your subscription. What are my perks, right? And then we want to show them that. So then within that, there's another bracket, right? Something that's free. Just come. You're a member. You've already paid for this. Just come and let us show you a good time. Yeah. And then there's something a little bit more, elevated that you're going to have to spend some money on to pay ticket price. trying to get a younger demographic in there, doing things that are a little bit, again, more approachable from a ticket standpoint, and try to have some fun with it, something more engaging. I heard somebody said the other day that a cooking show, a baking show that would send you, this is from a younger person, a baking show that would send us what the judges are tasting would be the best baking show they've ever seen in their life. And that to me said a lot about what the younger generation wants when they come to your winery. They don't want to do the same old thing. Yeah. They don't want to stand there and listen to you talk about 92 points. That doesn't move the needle for them. Yeah. But if they can go into the vineyard and they can grab some dirt, or they can squish some grapes, or they can go into the tank and like pull it out themselves, thieve it themselves, that's what they want. They want to feel like they're part of the process. They want to be engaged in that way. So finding ways to do that. So taking a tour, turning it on its head, right? Instead of you just listening to me talk about the vineyard and you come, let me show you, you be the winemaker. Let me show you what it's like to crawl in this tank, right? To put your head in here and look how big this tank is and start cleaning it out. That's what they want. They want that. They want to be engaged. They want to be entertained. Yeah. So those are the kind of things that we've been working on the last 2 or 3 years. And it really seems to be working. Now it puts a lot of strain on our staff because we're doing, I mean, sometimes in a 2-month span, we're doing 7, 8, 9 events. You know what I mean? And then sometimes we take a couple months off. Familiar, right? Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. And you're trying to plan ahead. And sometimes, you know, vendors or partnerships fall off. So you have to kind of move that event and, oh, we sold out, you know.
And at the same time, every day just trying to take care of the people that are just showing up every day.
Just there, right? Just the regular customer. And inevitably you do all of that and people go, oh, I didn't see the advertisement for that event, or I didn't know you had that. And that just is so crushing. Yeah, it's so crushing when somebody tells you that.
So we've talked about that, and we find that people get their information in different ways. Some people don't read the emails that you send them. I think they get so many emails that they just tune it out. So we've started asking wine club members that I've heard them say that, we didn't know that was going on. Yeah. And I said, how would you want us to do you follow us on Instagram? Yeah. But then they don't always see the post.
Right. Well, that's partially because, you know, you got to pay your money into the Instagram machine to make sure they see that post. And if you're not paying it,
they're not catching it.
Right.
Well, or the other thing, they see it and they say, oh yeah, well, we're definitely going to go to that. And then when they get around to it, it's sold out.
Next time they see it is the pictures that you post.
Yeah, after the event. Right. Or they finally pull the gun and say, "Hey, I'm coming tonight," and you're like, "Well, did you get your ticket?"
Right.
But I think we were talking about text. There's some wine club members that wouldn't mind getting a text saying, hey, just wanted to make sure that you were aware this event is going on this day. And that way they have
Are you teasing future guests that are going to sit down on this very episode, Brian?
This is something we've been talking about. So I think it's a really cool idea. What other types of events are you incorporating food and or music to any of these events?
So I work with a lot. I've built a lot of relationships with chefs, different restaurants. So we're always doing some sort of tasting and trying to take it away from the traditional, right? Like talk about the wine, serve a course. Talk about the wine, serve a course. That gets kind of old. And so we find ways to do let's do small bites. Let's just make it kind of rapid fire. Keep people's attention. And then you always got to do some sort of surprise and delight, right? We tell you it's just going to be about the wine. We did a vertical tasting of our Super Tuscan from 2016 to 2020. And we just said it was about the wine. And after this second wine, we brought out this really cool personalized charcuterie board, this surprise and delight. People were like, what? So just that moment. And then again, not making it about the charcuterie, but still making it about the wine. But now you have something to nosh on. Yeah. And then we get to, publicize this new company that we start working with. So it's a moment for them to get up and do their thing. But yeah, the text, we developed a focus group. That's been another thing. You'll hear me talk about it today, is the feedback portion. When you said you asked people, we did too. We actually built our own little focus group of wine club members, right? And it ranges from people that have been wine club members for years to people that are brand new, single family homes, retirees. There's about 25, 30 people in this focus group. Mm-hmm. And what we did, we got them together. Of course, you send out the surveys, right? And then we noticed that only a handful of people were sending them back. So then we reached out to them and said, hey, would you be willing to come to the winery? Let us pour you some wine and feed you some food. Yeah. And you tell us the truth. And where do I sign up, right? Name me a wine club.
What a great idea.
Yeah, right.
Seriously, what a great idea.
No, it was eye-opening when you get them to sit down and they're with each other. So they're bouncing. And sometimes I wish I could have recorded it because you could almost you could ask a question and sit back, and for 20 minutes, they would do the same things that you would want to do internally. Right. They're doing it right there in real time. Yeah. So the text messaging thing, it was split 50-50. the younger generation, they were like, sure, yeah, shoot me a text.
Yeah.
We would buy our tickets right now via text. And some of the older generations like, nah, I do not want your text coming to my phone.
Well, and
So
part of that is the younger generation, number one, is used to getting texts, but also they know how to turn off notifications.
Correct.
Whereas
Right.
like my
It's
mom,
not gonna ding in the middle of jury duty or something, right? You get a text from your
right.
winery while you're sitting in your kid's parent-teacher conference, you
Right.
know?
Yeah.
And the other thing I think is taking advantage of where you are, right? We live in our winery is in a very equestrian kind of ranch style area. So we have a lot of people that own horses or livestock and things like that. So finding events that kind of speak to that, whether it be a horse rescue, we did a really cool derby event. I know one of the wineries up in Napa is the official partner of Kentucky Derby.
Well,
Is
Sonoma
it,
Couture we used to do Derby Day at Sonoma Couture, and it was a part of the Meals on Wheels programs too. But I don't know if they're still doing that.
I was just somewhere and they said they were the official partner.
Oh, Kendall
Kendall
Jackson.
Jackson.
So it's
Yes,
Jackson
thank you,
family.
thank you, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, we
we
were
used to
just
play
there last year.
croquet
Yeah.
and
The croquet. Well, that was
It's amazing having producers. We're so much better at this job.
Yeah, they're the official partner, and I heard they throw a crazy party. Like I heard that's like a 2-day thing. I think it goes crazy. So, but where we were, we polled our focus group, and they said we'd love to do, have more themed events around, cool events that are happening. So we put the Derby out there, and they were like, yeah, we dress up for that. And sure enough,
Yeah.
I mean, we did it 2 years ago. So this will be our 3rd year doing it, and it's only gotten bigger and better every year. Really cool event.
Where are most of your guests coming from that are visiting the tasting rooms?
See, now let's go back to
I was in San Diego.
Let's go back to the Temecula Valley conversation. We are an hour and a half from about 25 million people, right between Orange County and San Diego. So we talk about we don't need the fire hose to open. We just need a little stream, right? A little filter to filter that over. So we see people from all over. It's really cool now to watch people that live in northern LA or Orange County that normally go north. Now they're starting to come south.
Right.
We see a lot of the Palm Desert. We get a huge. I mean, Palm Desert is right there.
Wow, I didn't think about that.
San Diego,
Right, it's just over
Anaheim,
Yeah.
Corona, Riverside. I mean, about an hour. You gas up the car, an hour and a half from pretty much. You can be in Temecula from a lot of different places.
Yeah. Between Orange County and San Diego County.
Correct.
And also like an incredibly diverse
100%.
of
Now,
that 25 million people
100%.
is like literally every person on the planet is
100%.
represented in
100%.
some way by somebody who
100%. 100%.
in that radius.
You hit it on the head. And so that's another thing that makes Temecula really cool. Because some people come and they find their spot, right? They find the winery that speaks to them. And it's not going to be the same for everybody.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. That's a really good point. The diversity is that's a very real thing. And where they are in their wine journey. Some people really know wine.
Yeah.
And I think Temecula is a great place to start if you're really just kind of getting into your wine journey. You can find some really cool sweets and things that aren't super harsh and big and overpowering. Kind of get you into it a little bit
and
more.
for people that are really into wine, they haven't been to Temecula, so that's a whole nother journey for them. Because if they're educated in wine, they know that they can't judge it because of where it's from.
Yeah.
They have to let it actually.
And they're
taste the
learning.
wine.
People, you can see people are learning. That's why the events are cool too. We do those events, and there's some people that are really into wine, and they go, "Holy cow, this is actually some really good wine." Yeah.
And this is a really delicious wine.
Tempranillo,
Yeah.
2020, Estate
acid.
Tempranillo. Yeah. It's always, I think it represents and it shows really well out of Temecula because of our temperature and our climate and our location. It's just, it's a good grape that grows really well there.
Yeah, hot place with that 20 miles from the ocean thing going on.
Correct. That's why Grenache is another one. Abundant. It's everywhere. You'll see Grenache and Tempranillo. Sangiovese is making it come up.
Make a little road trip.
Yeah,
Brian.
I know these are all things we like.
Let's just go right now. Let's pack this up. Let's get out of here. Let's go right now. What
Sorry,
y'all waiting on?
Barbara. We're cutting it short.
Yeah, what are we doing? We're working? Let's get out of here.
Oh, no, wait, Barbara's coming with us.
No, you're in charge, Barbara.
It's a really fun place, man. You guys should come.
Yeah.
It's a really cool, very interesting, very, very interesting wine region. Unlike anything that I've seen.
And then places to stay. Temecula
Yeah,
has
so that's
like,
totally my next question.
yeah.
Like with the wine tourism thing comes hotels and restaurants, right?
Yeah. So we're seeing obviously the Airbnbs in the area, phenomenal. There's some really cool homes out there that people have started the VRBO, and it's a thing, right? Like there's always that fight about having those in neighborhoods or versus, in Temecula proper. That's been something that's been going on, but they're there. And plenty of hotels. The Pachanga Casino is 12 minutes away. Plenty of rooms, plenty of entertainment. So if you want to make it like a 3 or 4 day stretch out of it, you can just take a day off from wine tasting, just hang out at the casino. And then there's hot air ballooning. I mean, that's what people are coming for. The hot air balloons, the casino, or the winery, if you're coming to Temecula. It's a really cool space, man. It's really cool.
It's awesome. It's awesome. All right. Well, how do we find you on the internet?
Give yourself a plug. Give your winery a plug. I know that there was.
What's the Instagram?
There was some podcast or not. You don't want us to call it a podcast.
I don't know what to call it. Like, I feel like this is a real. I've been here for years.
Don't put that on us. Don't put that. We're a real anything. Don't put that on us.
I had this itch. There's some people that I really respect in our business and in our community, and I just wanted to give them their flowers while I had an opportunity. And so I got with this production company. Shout out to. He's gonna kill me.
He's already a production.
Shout out to. Oh my God, he's gonna kill me. Anyways,
what's the name of your podcast?
Well, I don't. Okay, see, that's the thing. I've recorded 2 episodes, but I have not put them out there yet, and they're killing me because they really want to. Fresh Scoop Marketing. Oh my God, thank goodness. Okay. Fresh Scoop Marketing. They came through and we partnered up. I went and saw a studio and I said, because he wanted to do it in studio. And I said, man, I'd love to do it like in the vines, like at the vineyard. He came out, set up his equipment, and we shot 2 episodes right there. And it was just really cool. I got a chef and then a guy that does social media, Luis Gonzalez from Temecula Life. He shoots a lot of content for a lot of wineries out there. And I just see how hard he's grinding. He actually was able to retire from his job working with the state to start doing that full time in Temecula. And it's just really bringing a lot of eyeballs and a lot of attention to what we do. His job is to make us look good, and he does that. And I just wanted to tell him how much I appreciate it, and then get into his story and find out how he was able to do that. So if I had to put a name on it, if anybody that knows me, when I'm talking to you seriously, I always have this thing that I do. I go, well, let me ask you a question. Right? Well, let me ask you a question. And they kind of make fun of me about it. Yeah. So the name of the podcast would be, let me ask you a question.
That's an incredible name.
Yeah.
So how about this? Will you tell people how to get a hold of you on Instagram? Because then if you whatever you release, then they can see it in real time.
I appreciate it, man. At Walter's Vineyard, that's Walter's Vineyard, like kind of like Martha's Vineyards, but that's mine, Walter's Vineyard. You can reach me there. I'm Danza del Sol Winery. You can go to the website, Mesilla de la Viña Winery, Temecula, California. You go to the website and get a hold of me there. But yeah, the Instagram, you can hit me up on the DMs or just say hello or start following me. Either way.
There it is.
I appreciate you guys, man. This was cool.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, cheers.
Love learning about.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, thank you for being the only person bringing the juice.
The only. Well, I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you. Okay. Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Right. Cheers. Hey, welcome back, everyone. We are at the DTC Symposium with Brian Casey, Bart Hansen, and Sam Couturier. We have Liz Thach, MW, for reals. Wow.
This is like, all due deference to our good friend Morgan Peterson, this is like a real MW.
Morgan and I started at the same time in the MW program.
Well, I mean, it's point being, not.
You're not Morgan.
You're not Morgan. The only other MW we've had.
Right, and we're honored to have you.
Yeah. Oh, it's an honor to be here.
What made you decide to be an MW? Like, what was it? Where was it? Just where you were in your career?
Yeah, it was actually my students encouraging me. I was teaching at Sonoma State, and every year I would teach them the difference between an MW and an MS. And finally, one day, one of them in the back of the class said, "Why don't you do it?" And I'm like, "No, there's no way I could do it." And they're like, "Why not? You're teaching wine. You write about wine. Why not do it?" And so then I sort of started looking into it. And then I wrote a book, too, and a couple of MWs in Napa Valley recruited me too. So I applied, and the rest is history. 5 years of intense work.
Wow.
Sounds like it.
Morgan and I were in the exact same class. So yeah, there's only 4 of us in Sonoma who are MWs.
And
we've had half of them now.
Right.
You've done half of them on your program. That's great.
And what was your what do you think was the hardest thing about it for you?
Oh, for me, it was the tasting. Yeah, you study for 2 years and then you take the exam, which is 4 days. It's the most rigorous wine exam in the world. You have to taste 36 wines blind and write 13 essays during that time. So for me, the writing was fun. I loved it. I passed the writing immediately the very first time I took it, and then I had to do the tasting again. twice more until I pass. Yeah, and then you have to write a research paper.
Yeah. So what was your research paper?
It was actually looking at gender issues in wine.
Oh.
Ooh. But that's not why you're here at the conference this weekend. Okay, I was going to say that would be an interesting topic. Tell us why you're here and what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I'm presenting on luxury wine marketing. A few years ago, I wrote a book on luxury wine marketing with my good friend Peter Jung. And so part of my presentation was on that. The other half is on a Wine Market Council's brand new research study on high-end consumers. So they sort of go together.
Yeah.
And so I'm the president of the Wine Market Council. We're a nonprofit research organization, and basically we focus only on doing research on the U.S. wine consumer and sharing all the results with all of our winery, distributor, importer, affiliate members.
Okay, so luxury. Let's talk about it. Are people collecting wine as much as they used to collect wine?
Yes. It's still a
But
thriving segment of the population.
Is it still for people that love wine and will eventually drink it, or is it for people that buy
Trophy
it to
hunters.
Both.
trophy hunters and
Both.
flippers?
Both.
Yeah.
There's 4 segments of luxury wine buyers. One of them are the collectors that you talked about that are buying it mainly as an investment and just sort of fun. They do it for fun too. They still will buy 2 cases, drink one, and sell the other. Yeah. Then another category is we call them the true luxury wine buyer. This is somebody who's buying these wines for pleasure, to drink, to share, and they have the money to do so.
Yeah, and where do they live?
Can you give them our number?
We want to be friends, right?
Yes. For sure.
Yeah. And then the other 2 segments are sort of segments that are aspiring to move into those. So we have the aspirational group that wants to be luxury wine buyers, but maybe they don't have the money yet. But so what they'll do is they'll follow. Oftentimes these top luxury buyers are celebrities or sports stars too, and so they'll be following them in the news and so forth, and watching what they drink and aspiring to be like them. And then you also have the 4th category are I call them the mini geeks. I fit into that category, and so does Peter. We're the ones who are really geeky into wine. We love wine. We enjoy drinking it. We'd love to be a collector, but we just don't have the money to do so.
Right.
So sometimes people will shift in those 4 segments.
Because people that group, when you talk about true collectors, for the most part, they're probably collecting Bordeaux and Burgundy and Napa Cab, right? Would be like probably the 3 top.
Right. So they follow LiveX. Are you familiar with LiveX Wine Auction? It's out of London. It's sort of like a stock exchange for wine. They take you have the Fortune 100, so they take the wine 100, the 100 most collectible wines in the world, and 51% are from Bordeaux, by the way. Mm-hmm. They have to be age-worthy, and they have to be something that can be resold again on the secondary market. Yeah. And so they track all these prices at auctions around the world, and that's where the collector literally a lot of them are really looking at those indices, just like you look at the stock market, you're looking at these wine prices. And interestingly enough, because I write for Forbes part-time too on wine, and I've interviewed a lot of those top auction houses and collecting warehousing people, and that is really a decent place to make an investment. The return on fine wine is actually quite high, and in some cases does better than the stock market.
Wow. And so when you say that you're self-described as more of like you and Peter as like the geeks.
We're in the geeks.
So does that mean that you're sort of into the more unique, like little region outside of Chateauneuf that does something specific?
The esoteric wines, something that's different, unusual varietals. And then we can afford. It's not that we don't want to drink the others. We do. And, occasionally we get to. we're really into anything that we love wine and love finding new wines is sort of how I would describe the geek.
I mean, maybe you have one bottle of Tobaccowalla, but you're not drinking it in your bus on the way to the Lakers game like LeBron does.
Right, exactly.
I mean, I can tell just by the way you talk about it how much you love wine. I mean, you kind of light up with that, and so that's really cool because you've been at this for a while and you still have the bug.
I do.
It's awesome.
It's my husband says my middle name is wine. It's what I talk about. It's what I enjoy. Yeah.
What I love and talking about celebrities, that's one of my favorite quotes of all time is when I think it was Johnny Depp was being deposed during the divorce and the attorneys said, yeah, and it says here that you spend over $100,000 on wine every month. And he said, that's preposterous. I spend far more than $100,000.
I love it.
Like, someone get him on speed. We need to have him in the wine club.
Yeah, seriously. Exactly. You like Grenache, Johnny.
Yep.
All right, so
well, I want to ask some more questions about these four segments and sort of how they're changing, and if they're changing, and what the sort of like breakdown is. Because I know or have heard at least that some of that secondary market, especially with like California wine, is not what it was. I don't know. I haven't checked my LiveX account. I have to sign up for one.
I thought you were serious.
No, no. So is that still, in the future, into the future, a viable segment of these luxury purchasers?
Yes. And in fact,
and then maybe some sort of how that.
And what is a dollar? What is considered luxury as a dollar?
In our book, we basically cut off at 100 U.S. retail.
Okay.
So it needs, and then but a lot of them are much higher.
Sure.
So we have everyday luxury. The everyday luxury wine buyer drinks about $100, $199 a bottle, and then you have the special occasion, which is anywhere from $200 to $499, and then you have the icon wines, which are just from $500 to $999, and then you have the truly, I forget, the dream, we call them the dream wines, the ones that are $1,000 a bottle and more. And so, there's different times you drink those different wines. There's also what we call affordable luxury, which is $50 to $99. A lot of the Bordeaux first growth, they'll have their Grand Cru, and then they'll have the second label, and then they'll have the third label, which is the affordable luxury.
Right.
Yeah. So yes, the market, to answer your question, the luxury, the fine wine market, luxury wine market is still alive and well and doing well. And what's fascinating about it, given the fact that I had a chance to interview a lot of those big houses in Europe that are doing this, is that California and Oregon, other parts of the U.S., and Italy are two of the areas that are growing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So Bordeaux has been having some challenges lately, because of the just some of the overpricing that's happened in the past. But Bordeaux is still a good investment. But Burgundy is still hot, and Champagne is doing very well too. Right. Mm-hmm.
I guess there's still part of me that's like, in using these wines as investment tools is cool. But how sad is it to be like, I had a 96 Petrus. Oh, how was it? Well, no, I had it. I sold it to somebody else at 3 times, 3 times revenue or whatever.
That's why you should always buy 2 bottles.
Buy 2 bottles.
Yeah.
Drink
or like
one
your dad
and sell
says,
one.
buy 6.
Or buy 6. Or buy a case.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that with climate change, there's some people that might be collecting wines because they think that it's possible that maybe they're not going to be making Pinot Noir in Burgundy or making Cab in Bordeaux because of...
That's a great question.
Or with the style change in Burgundy, which we've had guests on that have spoke to it, that they
especially the 2020 vintage.
Right.
Yeah, you think you were in California.
Right.
It's
so
from Burgundy.
So people are looking for those older stylistically wines.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually haven't heard anybody say that, but that would actually probably make these wines more valuable.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and scarcity is a huge part of luxury.
Yeah.
You don't want too many of them on the market, and for example, I told the story in this session about, you've probably heard of Lalou, Leroy, which is, we say Leroy in the U.S., but
right.
so she was able to create a luxury wine that now sells much higher, double the price of DRC.
And harder to find.
And harder to find, yeah. It's her Musigny Grand Cru, and she only makes 1 barrel every year. And some years, if the vintage is bad, she doesn't even make that. And so that's now, I checked the price today, $46,000 a bottle, whereas the DRC Romanée-Conti is $26,000.
Yeah.
So it's interesting with the scarcity. With the scarcity component is so critical in luxury.
Yeah. Well, we know that from experience with things like Screaming Eagle or Pappy Van Winkle, or sometimes it doesn't even matter how much money you have. It's not available to you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that makes people want it more.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Screaming Eagle's Sauvignon Blanc is more expensive than their red because they only make the 1 barrel of it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They might not even make it every year.
Yeah, just like
right.
just like Lalou.
Exactly.
You don't make it every year, and it makes it even more valuable.
Yeah. And
because it's the wines, they're not getting rid of it. The wine's going into a quote unquote lesser wine, and they're still doing just fine on the profits from that. Right. So.
And I see more people talk. I have personally experienced more people talking about Italian wines over the last year than I've ever heard.
Italy
before.
is hot now,
for sure. And I think with young people and older people as well, it's like, and I've told people, and you could attest to this, I think you could study Italy and its wines every day for the next 30 years and maybe get about half of what you wanted to learn with all the different regions and the different varietals that they're dealing with there.
Exactly.
And then when you talk about brands, so obviously when you're talking about Barolo.
Yeah. Well, the two most collectible regions are, of course, Tuscany and Piedmont.
Yeah.
Where Barolo is, but it's interesting because last year I visited Emilio Pepe in Abruzzo, and he's like about 90 now, and his daughter now is taking over, and way out in the middle of nowhere, chickens running around in the yard, beautiful vineyard. But so he was able to, I talk about luxury taking at least 20 years to achieve, and then it needs to be timeless. But he was able to create a luxury brand out of Trebbiano, Montepulciano di Abruzzo, and his wines aged for a long time. And they used to be hardly anything, and now they're averaging around $250 a bottle. So, and he's trading very well in that whole collectible area, in sort of an unknown area of Italy.
Will you talk about that, the 20-year process a little bit?
Yeah.
Because you see, especially where we are. People show up as luxury brand, but it's a brand new name. It's a brand new facility. You've never heard of it. They hired a rock star winemaker and they're doing all the things that a luxury brand does, but didn't exist 6 months ago or 2 years ago.
And their neighbor pricing.
Right. So talk about that 20, like what it has to actually succeed as one of those brands, maybe, or to be a brand that has maybe different aspirations, but over the course of that 20 years, Saxum comes to mind, become that, one of those brands.
Well, it's a great question. We spend the whole first chapter of my book defining it. So
read the book, Sam, is what you're saying.
No. It's
you
six.
sound like most of the professors I had.
No, it's six. It's actually a great. It's 6 components because there's so many people who say their wine is luxury, or I'm going to charge $150 for this wine, so it's luxury. It's not. It's not luxury. It's not true luxury. We say true luxury. Number one, it needs to be highest level of quality, made, with all the, the best vineyards and so forth, and winemaking and winemaker and good winemaker name. But you need to have done that consistently for at least 20 years to even get in the running. So that's why some of these, like I call them cult wines. This is the difference between cult and luxury. Cult wine, some cult wines become luxury, but like a cult wine is, again, something that's scarce, it's rated highly, it tastes delicious, it's high priced, it's hard to get, it got great ratings, but it only has done it for 5 years. And so that's not true luxury. That's a cult wine. And now and Screaming Eagle started out that way. Right. And then, but if over a 20-year track record, And the other piece, it has to have the ability to be sold at auction on the secondary market.
At a profit.
Has to be at a profit and be age-worthy. Also, it must come from a very special, we call it a sacred vineyard, special place on earth. It must have that price we talked about, at least $100. It must be scarce, and then it must provide a sense of privilege and pleasure. This is part of what luxury is all about, privilege and pleasure to own it. So it brings a sense of pride to be able to have that bottle in your cellar, or to share it with friends, which is part of the pleasure piece, or not. Right. Save it and just look at it and show it off. Right. Pleasure comes in different forms with wine. So that's the big difference. And so I always say luxury wine marketing takes time and patience and passion. And your ROI is going to be longer. So that's the other big difficulty. You're going to have to put a lot of money into it up front, and it might be a while before you really get a total return on your investment with luxury.
Can we ask what you have in your cellar? What would be some of your
right? What if we came over to your house and you let us in your cellar? What would you show us but not open for us?
You gotta have something in there that you're very proud that you own.
Yeah. Well, I have an empty bottle Sassicaia. I have an empty bottle of DRC Thach.
I love this. I love that they're empty. That makes me happy.
Yeah, totally. I had them and I drank
I have
them and they were delicious.
empty bottles of some really beautiful champagnes. I love champagne. I guess what I still have that's neat and cool is I have some great Rieslings from Germany. I have some really cool orange wines from Georgia. I've got a lot of beautiful Sonoma County Pinot Noirs from really special little vineyards, and they're just delicious. And also a couple from Mendocino and Anderson Valley Pinots. I love Pinot Noir. What else do I have that's great? I've got some fabulous Napa cabs, except for I usually drink them pretty quickly.
That's probably smart.
Yeah, I've got some Bordeaux's. I still have some Burgundies from when I lived over there that I save. I've slowly gone through them all. I think I'm down to just a few bottles left, but I brought several cases of Burgundy back. So yeah, anything new. I love anything new.
Yeah.
Too.
There was an article many years ago in the Wine Spectator, and the question was asked to Andrei Chilachev about his wine cellar. And he said, my wine cellar's under my bed because he felt that wine was meant to be drunk and not.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Right? And it sounds like you're very much the same way.
I am. I mean, and I don't have a big enough space. If you're going to be a collector, you need to take care of the wine.
Right.
It needs to be stored correctly, temperature, you need to protect, especially if you want to resell it.
Yeah.
You need to have the providence and all of that, just everything taken care of. And I just love to pull out a lovely bottle of wine and share it with friends.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool. Here's to that.
Yeah.
Here's to that.
All right.
So I assume the book is available through your own website?
Amazon. The publisher is Académie de Vin out of London. So they have it as well. That was Stephen Spurrier's company.
Sure.
Yeah. So they're publishing the book, and it's available.
Is there anything exciting about the wine industry, or anything you're seeing that you want to share, or also like things that you're worried about, for both consumers and producers?
Well, in my new job as president of Wine Market Council, some of the research we're doing is really important because of what's happening right now with wine sales. They're down. It's true. It's real. And we just did a big called a category shifting research study with Nielsen IQ. And we ran these special analysis called random forest analysis to find out what's really causing the decline. And we got the answer. In fact, I published it yesterday in Wine Industry Network. It's the whole reduction. People are just drinking less alcohol in general. And this is sort of part of that wellness movement. It's part of, all these reports that we see coming. It's not the inflation or some of these other issues. It's just everybody's drinking less alcohol, not just wine, but beer and spirits. So this is obviously something that we all are concerned about.
Yeah.
Because wine is, been around since 8,000 years. It's a beautiful cultural product. It makes life better. So we need to start communicating all the good things about wine. We also discovered that consumers think wine has 50% of consumers think that wine has sugar added to it. We need to stop that.
Only those fancy burgundies that there's collecting.
Yeah,
Wasn't
it's
it
just
Cameron Diaz, was it? That came out with the wine that
the
was
clean
like,
wine,
and then it started all these sort of rumors about
Exactly.
it. Created all these problems that weren't even there.
You have to say no sugar added. You really need to say no sugar added on your wine anymore, because very, very few people add sugar to their wine. Most wine is dry, and if it is a little sweet, it's usually because it's grape. It's either sugar from the grapes, natural, or it's grape concentrate. Right. So yeah. Anyway, those are I would say that as an industry, we need to work together to get out the positive messages about wine, and I don't think we're doing a good enough job in letting people know that it doesn't have sugar added, and that it is actually relatively low calorie, 120 calories for a glass of white, 140 red, low carb, 4 to 5 carbs a glass. Nobody knows this stuff, and because we don't tell them, and we need to do a better job communicating as an industry.
We need to maybe ship a bunch of wine into these blue zones around the United States where people live longer. And I think it has to. A lot of it has to do with what do they call it? A lifestyle where you're not moving. Sedentary lifestyle. So it's people that have to like go up and downstairs in little villages every day to go to the post office or whatever it is, and. But before we used to talk about like Mediterranean lifestyle, eating Mediterranean diet and drinking wine, and it was always portrayed as like a benefit. It was drinking wine was this a part of a healthy lifestyle, and you're right. Now it's sort of
that's changing.
It's changing.
Yeah, or at least the media. That's what's coming out in the media.
Was it Lou Perdue that wrote that book, right? About the Mediterranean diet? Wasn't that who it was?
Was that Louis Perdue?
Am I aging myself here, you guys? Okay.
All right, so Sam, let's just send a bunch of wine into there. There's like 3 or 4 different regions. There was a great show on NPR the other day.
I watched that. It was great. It was enjoyed. Yeah,
we'll have to ask Steve Gross if we're allowed to send wine there.
Well, the only one that was actually drinking wine was the Greek one.
Right.
Yeah.
Liz, will you mention how people find you out there on the internet, and one more shout out for your book?
Sure. Yes. So you can go. I have my own website. It's just liztoshmw.com.
Let's spell it for everyone.
LIZ. T as in Tom, H as in Harry, A as in Apple, C as in Cat, H as in Harry.
Thank you.
MW.com.
Yeah.
I'm also president of Wine Market Council, so winemarketcouncil.com. And then the book is on Amazon. Just type in luxury wine marketing and you will find it.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Real
you.
MW. Thanks for coming on.
I know.
Sorry,
thanks
Morgan.
for making time for us.
He's going to slash my tires in the parking lot.
It was my pleasure. You guys are fun.
Thanks.
Anyway, I got to run to the airport.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. We are here at the DTC
What's weird is
Symposium.
we leave, but they don't hear the leave. They just, we go, welcome, we leave, they come back. Welcome back.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly right.
After every segment, pause, take a break so that you feel the same gaps that we feel.
Pour yourself a glass of wine.
Right.
Another glass of wine.
That's the way to do it.
Take 3 days to get through
I
this
would
one.
say you're on your second bottle by now then.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're here with Jennie Gilbert, founder of Red Chirp. And so we've gotten some buzz about Red Chirp today, people talking about it. So this is great to have you on. So you can kind of, give us the pitch.
I'd love to share what we're doing. So we help really highly regulated businesses. Wineries is one of our key focus. Yeah. We also help healthcare and financial services, but wineries, my favorite by far. We help them experience the incredible power of texting with your customers. It's so great because, they're selling wine, not sheets or office supplies.
Right.
Customers desperately want to text with them.
And it's so exciting to help them do that and see the huge returns they get from it.
Okay, so how did this start? Like, how did you say to yourself, you know what we need is someone to start Red Chirp? So, like, what was your experience that kicked this off?
Yeah, so we are not, we don't have experience previously in the wine industry. We're software nerds.
Okay.
So we had another B2B SaaS platform, finished our earnout.
Everyone knows what that means at this table.
Well, I got B2B.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, I said nerd.
Beta breakers,
Bread
right?
and butter, I thought.
Bread and butter.
Yeah, I said we were nerds, right?
Business to business.
SaaS stands for software as a service. So a software company.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, now we're back.
Yeah, in retail, not in wine.
Okay.
And we were looking to build something new. We decided to do something with texting. It was 2020. The pandemic completely changed how consumers were connecting with businesses, but we didn't know who we'd serve. My husband and I love wine. We belong to 8 wine clubs. He hates.
Can we shout out your wine clubs real quick?
Just some of them.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
sure I
Some
can't remember
places-
all 8.
Just
So
a
let's
place,
see.
that's off your mind.
Yeah,
So we know where you're at.
Majescule, Joseph Cellars, Flora Springs, Charles
Oh,
Krug,
yeah.
McCann family. Have to give a huge shout out. Our very first winery to use Red Chirp.
Oh, cool.
Red Chirp royalty there.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
He hates voicemail. For years before Red Chirp, he had a voicemail. Hi, you've reached Scott. Please text me. And he got a 7-minute long voicemail from a winery we love, which will go unnamed. And he said, "This is ridiculous. I'm not going to buy their wine because I'm so upset they left me a
Wait,
7-minute voicemail."
Like a 7-minute sales
Yes.
voicemail.
Yep.
Wasn't somebody forgot to press end and walked away?
No, they
No,
literally
'cause I've
gave
done-
their pitch for 7 minutes on voicemail.
They must have some portfolio.
Yeah.
Seriously.
And
94 SKUs.
right.
Yeah.
And
So
the 2003 Cabernet has flavors of blackberry and bramble.
So it was his idea. Let's throw wineries in the mix of our marketing tests. So we did some blind marketing tests, who's interested in doing this, and we got a tremendous response from wineries that wanted to do it, but had hit roadblock after roadblock because of special alcohol regulations.
Let's talk about that. So what does that mean? So let's say Sam here has, well, we don't have to pretend. Sam has a winery. He decides that he just wants to, let's say he decides, you know what? I think I'm feeling generous today. I'm gonna tell our wine club members they can have our Simon's Cab for $75 today only. So I'm gonna shoot a text to them all and let them know that if they get back to me within an hour, I'll sell them that bottle. What
They have to buy a case, though.
Well, perfect. legally, what are the ramifications of him doing that?
Yeah. Well, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not allowed to give legal advice.
Not a
but
lawyer. Yeah.
Happy to share what we know. There's all kinds of things to consider. First, I would think about the federal law that applies to texting. That's called the TCPA, the Telephone Consumer Protection Act. Same law that applies to calling your customers, which all wineries are doing.
Yeah.
It does say you should have consent, but there is an exemption that's really helpful for wineries. It's called the Established Business Relationship Exemption. So even if you don't have consent, but you can meet some other criteria, you can still be on the right side of the TCPA. They gave you their phone number willingly.
Mm-hmm.
You have an established business relationship, meaning they've purchased from you in the last 18 months, among other things, and you include opt-out instructions.
Okay, so in other words, those of you that have gotten those messages where it says you can text back stop and then we'll stop. Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
that is just the tip of the iceberg. That's just that one federal law. The telephone carriers have all kinds of regulations about A2P messaging, application to person messaging that businesses do. You have to register your business with them. You have to go through vetting, which is done by human beings for the top 3. So AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon will vet that application to approve it. Every one of your text messages have to include that unique brand and campaign ID they assign you, so they know it's coming from that vetted business brand XYZ. That's how they track and establish your trust score, which influences deliverability and how many people are opting out. And all of that has to be done. And that process, although it's not a law, it's just required. We rely on the carriers to deliver messages. And they have extra regulations, if you're texting about alcohol, that most of the business agnostic platforms, they don't want to mess with it. It's too much work. And so they just prohibit texting about alcohol on their platforms.
So go ahead, Bart.
Well, I was just say, and so this is sending a group text for layman's terms, right? So is that different than Sam literally just sending a
Texting
text
Kevin
Burns and saying, "Hey, I got a special deal for you"?
So that's a great question. It's not necessarily how many you're sending, it's the content. So there are different rules for promotional texts, informational texts, and conversational text messages.
Okay.
So it really doesn't matter if you're texting just Kevin or you're texting 2,612 people who have bought 6 or more bottles of your Chardonnay. Either one, if it's a promotion, you have to follow the rules associated with that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so you help
rules
people,
that would probably get broken all the time.
That's what I'm thinking is I mean, was probably common practice, but what you're saying is you will help people navigate the legal issues that come with this. Or are you actually talking to people about, is Red Chirp actually a service that you can, do you understand what I'm saying? Is it like, do we partner with you and then you say, okay, this is the game plan. This is the strategy and this is what we're going to do. And I'll handle all legal ramifications, make sure that everything you guys are doing is above board. Or is it just you're giving advice to people and you say, look, this is a good thing to do, but here's the pitfalls you want to be aware of.
Yeah. So not quite either of those.
Yeah.
Red Chirp's a software platform.
Okay.
So you're subscribing to a piece of software that is set up in a way that will allow you to do this in a compliant way.
So what's different? That's what so like Sam could just pull all the phone numbers of people that are like wine club members of his and then send out a group text, right? But what you're saying is how are you doing something different than that?
Yeah. So first of all, if you're just using your cell phone, sending a text to 2,000 people would be impossible. It would take you forever to do that.
Right.
So you've got tools that allow you to use your computers and to do things in mass that you can't do cell phone to cell phone.
Right.
And then there's a whole suite of integration and other features that make that actually executable. Where you couldn't do it without those. So we integrate with almost all the major point of sale systems in the wine industry, MailChimp, Klaviyo, Thach, Wine Pulse for segmentation, wine shipping, wine direct fulfillment, WineCo. So you can automate things like your wine has shipped, it's out for delivery today. Make sure you're there to sign for it. You can actually accomplish doing it in bulk. And then a whole host of things like one of my favorites, securely collecting credit card information over text.
Wow. In that, if you could have seen Sam look at Brian.
I mean, think about like
Sam.
Yeah. Wine club season and you hit the big red button and 74 things pop up saying that those credit cards weren't valid anymore. And, the amount of like credit card attrition is insane. People, their credit cards get hacked all the time. Their numbers are changing all the time.
It happened to me like 3 weeks ago.
Right.
I had to change
every number and there's probably a wine club that you're in that you forgot to update.
Java's Creek.
Right. You better go find Jason. He's here. He'll probably text you.
Yeah.
But if you could then send a text at that very moment that hit those 74 people, hey, we just tried to run your wine club. Your credit card needs to be updated.
Yeah.
Click this link. Is it then a link or are you actually texting your credit card number back to the system?
Yeah. So step one, you'll actually get their attention by sending a text instead of an email. Your card declined. Right. We like to offer people options. You can go online to update it. Or we can send you a secure link.
Yeah, a lot of people when they see anything with they get a text and it has something to do with their credit card, they're going to be very wary of.
Yeah, so giving them the choice really helps with that.
Yeah.
I love you brought that up.
Yeah.
And then most people are going to say, "Yeah, send me that link."
Yeah.
In Red Chirp, you can create those in a couple seconds. It sends a branded link that they click on, and it removes all the friction. They didn't have to pick up the phone. They don't have to log into your website. everybody has cards saved in their browser or Google Wallet or Apple Pay, so they autofill it and just move on with their life.
Yeah.
And in that context of the back and forth text conversation with a winery they know and love, it's incredibly effective and people trust it. Across all of Red Chirp, we see 42% of those completed in 10 minutes or less,
Wow.
and 98% in 1 day or less. Actually, a panelist in my session today, Sonia from Trinitas, was saying it wasn't even about this, but she was so excited. Since she adopted that, their credit card decline rate has gone from 9.5% to 4%.
Yeah.
You may know the answer to this. Most of us in this room, when we text, we just do it on our phone.
Mm-hmm.
But, you do have the ability to message at your computer.
Yes.
Jasmine does that.
Which then you're linked directly to even closer to the website. It's easier to work with, right? You're not on your phone. Do you guys have data on that? Like, is that more effective when people are sitting at their computer? Does it not make a difference whether it's on their phone or their computer?
So we have data about our own Red Chirpers. So wineries that are using Red Chirp, the vast majority of them are doing it from their computer.
Right.
Although you can do it from any internet connected device.
Right.
So if you're on the road, then you can hop into your phone and go into the app and text through that. But the vast majority of them are DTC professionals sitting in their office, texting that way, and it's much faster. The vast majority of consumers are getting that on their personal cell phones, and it just feels to them like a normal text. They don't see any kind of difference. And it is evocative of how they text already with their family and friends and the brands they love the most.
I get texts from Helen Keplinger. Is that...
She's a Red Chirp customer.
Okay, so, and I'm wondering, I remember doing the tasting there, but I don't remember ever checking a box that said text me with special releases or anything like that. Did I? I must have. I mean,
well, I don't know. I wasn't there. I wish you had invited me.
It was a great tasting. You really would have enjoyed it.
But you
but it must require some sort of permission, right?
So I'm just guessing that if you don't remember that, it was either something you forgot or that existing business relationship exemption, where if you're a customer, you've visited, you've bought something from them in 18 months, then a lot of the wineries we work with feel very comfortable using that as feeling a good way to text members or people who've bought from them. I still recommend you get consent. That's the best, and reduces risk and helps future-proof you.
But also, hence the reason that you have to include the opt-out.
Yep. That would be another requirement. If you're using the EBR exemption, then make sure you're meeting all parts of that. They gave you their phone number willingly, you have that existing business relationship, and you are including those opt-out instructions. And then some other things you might not think about, like anytime you send a big bulk text in Red Chirp, one of the last things we do is run that list of recipients against tcpalitigatorlist.com.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a database that advertises itself as tracking those TCPA trolls.
Can you
that
also
extort.
screen people that have zero money in their bank account for us?
Well, did they
Just
buy that $300 cab from you?
Using a bad check? I don't know what they did.
Yeah, and we take those folks out, so you're not troubling trouble is another good way to help protect yourself. The real risk is those nuisance lawsuits. Right?
Yeah.
The fines are fairly minimal. So your risk is a class action. Yeah. If you're not, so that means you'd have to be doing things, at mass scale the wrong way. So if you're trying to follow those rules, at least what I'm told, the very expensive legal consultations we have about this all the time is it's a fairly low risk activity for wineries that are texting their best customers and members. Yeah. But of course, nothing is risk-free, right? If you open your doors for business, you're taking some risks.
So tell us about growth. What when you started, how many people were interested in how many people you got going now?
So we started serving our very first winery, McCann Family. Mm-hmm. If you haven't tried their wines, I highly recommend it. Join their club in the process of learning about them. They're great.
And then we'll text you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Denise will text you. May 2021. So that's winery number one. Okay. So we're about 2.5 years from that. We are serving about 400 wineries now.
Nice.
Really seeing explosive growth. Once we hit 2023 and got really good product market fit and learned so much about what are the challenges DTC programs are facing and how can we help them overcome, and really have come up with like 5 very powerful ways to integrate texting into the communication strategy to help with everything you're doing in DTC.
Yeah. But if, let's say we don't just want to, you don't want to just use it as a tool to sell wine. What if you just want to communicate with your customers about events that are going on or whatever? Yeah.
Absolutely. We see DTC programs use texting in 5 ways most commonly. The first is interesting. Nobody ever comes to us looking for this, but using it as a more modern take on web chat. So instead of in the browser web chat, which nobody has enough time and staff to man, we have a web chat widget that pops up, have a question, text us here. Mm-hmm. And they fill out the form, and then you at the DTC program can text them back when you have time. And it doesn't matter if they left your website 4 hours ago.
Right.
Secondly, they use it for one-on-one customer service. When they're hitting a brick wall, emailing and calling people, it's so nice to be able to text them. Yeah. They all use it for those payment requests because they're wildly effective for declines at private events where people are buying wine. Yeah. The bulk text, number 4, is for promotions, but also informational. Last chance to customize your club before it goes out. Everyone who declines. Yes. Delinquent pickups. I can't understand. I live in Arizona. My wine gets shipped to me. I cannot imagine that people don't come pick up their wine. Yeah. The very first bulk text we did with Sokol Blosser in Oregon were 2 texts over 7 days to everyone that was more than 100 days late picking up their wine. They had tried everything before. 2 texts, 7 days, 86% of those delinquent pickups were resolved. Wow.
Resolved. So, yeah. Some
shipped
got delivered and some
up.
got shipped, and then some people said, we're out of the club or whatever. Mm-hmm. But yeah, but at least there was an answer.
You closed the loop.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm pretty sure all of those either shipped or came and picked them up, actually.
Paid for the wine. Right.
Yeah.
No refunds.
Then they got to recognize the revenue and clean up their inventory. And then the 5th is automations. So your wine has shipped, your reservation is 2 days away. Right. You got your wine, I'm checking in with you. How did you like it? Can I help you reorder? Integrating with email so you can automatically text your best buyers that opened the email and clicked on a link 2 days later to casually check in. Yeah. Those things are all tremendously helpful.
All of these tools are in, is there different levels that a winery can work with you guys? Is it like, okay, base level is this much money and we provide these services? And then if you want to do the premium where we cover all of those 5 things that you just talked about, I guess I'm asking, what are you charging people?
You're half right.
Or how does it work?
Yeah. We do have different levels, but they generally just scale on size.
Okay.
So if you're a really small winery.
And what's small?
Let's say you have a club of less than 700 people in your club. You're really 1 or 2 or 3 people managing everything. Then we have our solopreneur plan, which starts at $99 a month. Okay. Right. And then it's going to scale by size. You get access to all the features in any level. But as you go up, you get more users included, more contacts we sync between your POS, more messages included every month. So really just the larger you are and the more messaging you're doing, you might be a better fit. But you get to use all 5 of those things in any level.
Okay.
Does it matter what POS you're on?
No. So we integrate with Commerce 7, eSellar, Wine Direct, and VinSuite, and coming soon, OrderPort. You also don't have to use any of those. We also have wineries that maybe use AMS or something else that we don't integrate with and still have tremendous success. It's a really nice convenience when we can integrate. Yeah. Then we can connect all the sales that happen after you text people. So it's tremendously insightful what's working and what isn't.
So what's coming next? What's the future of wine sales text message?
Yeah, so I am hearing so many people struggling with visitation. So we're seeing a lot of people experimenting with how can I text people to invite them to come visit? How can I have text relationships with referrers like concierges to let them know that we have openings and want to help fill them? Everything we're working on right now is about helping to expose results. So being able to have easier reporting and analytics so you can get insight into what to do. And then what I would love to see is more wineries working on growing their opt-in list, because it's so effective, but you've got to keep growing who you're going to be able to send those to.
So even if people come visit the winery, they don't join the wine club, but maybe they buy a bottle or two, but at least getting them to leave you their information so that you can make them aware of things that are happening in the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there's great research on it. How many touches for someone to join your club?
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing is that texting is so personal, right? Like my husband and I both love wine. We both belong to clubs, but like my texts are mine and his texts are his. We don't swap phones around. So it's a wonderful opportunity when people are visiting you to get more contact information.
Oh, yeah.
So most wineries tell me I've got 4 people on average in my tastings, but contact information for only the one who made the reservation.
Yeah.
If you build into that experience, while you're here, sign up to receive our text. We'll be able to bring out something special, or you'll be entered to win something. The whole table can do it. That's allowed. Suddenly you can increase 200, 300% of the contact information that you're gathering from those very valuable visits.
Yeah. All right, so you've got this thing off the ground. You're self-professed geek. They're what are you working on next?
After Red Chirp or next in Red Chirp?
No.
Both.
Both. Okay, so Red Chirp, what are we working on next? We want to add more ways to gather those opt-ins, more integrations that are more helpful so that you can get more done in less time.
Yeah.
That's really what's coming next. We are all focused on the wine industry, even though we work in those other industries as well. It's our fastest growing. So we have, not to get too nerdy, but definitely crossed the chasm between early adopters and the early majority. So we're just working on making sure that that's a clean onboarding experience. I mean, you can feel free to disagree with me, but in my opinion, if you fast forward a few years, any legit DTC program, text messaging is going to be a first-class communication channel for them. So we are preparing to handle that volume.
Right.
Yeah. And after Red Chirp, I want to rest, guys.
Drink some wine.
Oh my gosh, we were supposed to take a year
Dig
off.
into those club shipments.
I thought there was something else that you and your husband are into, and you're like, you know what? Let's make an app for that.
Next, we'll fix.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, let's fix that so then we can go to Mexico and stay in the condo.
Yeah.
When we started working on Red Chirp, we were supposed to be taking a year off. But that was March 1st, 2020, and there was nothing to do. So
This was your year off.
we just said, oh, great. With a 1-year-old, we'll just start building the next thing. So next, I want to rest.
Yeah.
Good plan.
Okay, cool. Tell us, tell people if they are interested in how to get a hold of you, and is it just one website that they go to, or would they be talking to you, or they're talking to part of your team?
Oh, I love to talk to people. So please, you can go to redchirp.com. You can book a demo with us there. You are welcome to text me or call me at 602-698-6370.
No regret.
That was an opt-in.
Give me a text, give me a call. And the best thing is talk to the wineries, Like there's over 400 of them chirping, and they are so generous in sharing what's worked for them. So I'm sure you can find someone that's using it, hear what has worked well, and learn from each other.
Yeah.
Uncle Bobby keeps telling me, got to do Red Chirp.
Oh, is he doing that?
They're doing,
Okay.
Cayman's doing Red Chirp. Yeah.
Okay.
So redchirp.com, and right on the front page is book your free demo.
Yeah, that you'll get a link to my calendar, and you can schedule a time, and I would love to meet with you.
Cool.
Awesome.
Great job, Jenny.
Thank you. Thanks so much
Yeah.
for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, next time, can we drink wine while we're talking?
For sure.
Please.
I'll bring some
For the
from
love
my
of God.
favorite club.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
we agree. We opt into you bringing
Yes,
wine.
we opted in.
Record it.
Thanks, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. Hey, and we're back.
So soon.
Welcome to the Winemakers.
That was so quick.
So quick. With
Like no time passed at all for the listener.
It was amazing. With Kat Gordon, who it sounds like you're a superhero.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. And I love that you're totally sold on that. Yes.
Yes.
All right, so we are at the DTC Symposium and
still here.
Still here.
They haven't kicked us out yet.
Nope. This room, no one has peeked there. Even
we're working on
it. So, Kat, tell us what you are. Did you speak already?
I did. I spoke this morning.
Okay.
First speaker of the whole event. I think.
Ooh, kicked it off.
Yeah.
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 Okay, cool. And tell us a little bit about what you were talking about, and then we'll dig in.
Yeah. So I don't hail from the wine world. I hail from the advertising world. So my presentation was called 5 Things I Know About Marketing and 1 Thing I Know About Wine. So I was bringing the dose of kind of how to brand, how to market for the people in the audience.
And so tell us just maybe some of the things that you spoke with, because I noticed I can read some of the things there that were kind of interesting. 85% of all consumer purchases were made by women.
Yeah, that actually was not part of my presentation, but it's kind of part of my career trajectory.
I'm kind of more interested in that than...
Well, I also want to hear the part where she talked about what we did, though.
Yeah.
Not to that, but let's make it about me.
I did almost get kicked out. So you were talking about the Rossi Ranch, the event that we did for April Fool's Day, and so I was immediately attracted to the room because I saw the graphic up on screen. So I started walking in. I don't have any credentials on, and so someone stopped me and said, "Are you with the conference?" I said, "Yes." They said, "Have you checked in?" I said, "No." And then the whole time I'm staring at the screen and listening to you talk, I just wanted to stay in the room, but I kind of got kicked out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I talked about the April Fool's Day event as a great example of an event that did a good job of meeting people where they are, which is one of the pillars of what I talked about. And so I am not a wine connoisseur. I'm not a winemaker. I'm a wine appreciator, but not at the AP level. So I went to that event thinking I might be a little bit out of my pay grade. And I gave the event kudos for being something that had something for everyone. Mm-hmm. I felt like I learned a lot. I didn't feel it was exclusive in a way that would scare me away. I loved the wines. And so I was talking about the importance of finding ways that no matter who comes through a winery, whether it's someone that was just driving by and saw a sign and they might not come back, or someone that's your biggest customer, they all matter. And it's how do you meet people where they are in terms of their level of interest, their level of knowledge, all of it. And that's a real challenge for marketing. You don't talk to everyone the same way.
And how did you hear about April Fool's Day? How did
my friend Barbara Gorder, who
never heard of her, describe her,
who is an advertising creative director like myself, but way more into wine and way more kind of in the community of wine, had invited me to accompany her, and so I went again, feeling a little bit like an outsider, but really loved the event. And I talked about this morning the fact that I wrote about the event and took pictures at the event and shared it on Instagram. And when someone has a great experience of your brand or your wine or your vineyard, some people like myself are super sharers. And so you get the added halo effect of them talking about it to others.
Now, I was going to say to Bart, just talk about your experience with, you were in the room when she started talking about that and what you said when you came out and talking to Sam.
Well, just the fact that, as I said to you, that, when you asked how many people had heard of it, and I would think I was the only person that made a sound, and just that caught me off guard at first, but then I realized who I was in the room with, and it wasn't marketed to wine industry professionals, it was marketed to consumers, so that made sense. And so
they were all shy. They were all sold out. I knew they couldn't get tickets.
Sam,
and they
I
were
knew
just
you would
mad
take
about
this
it.
personally. I should have just left it alone. But what I wanted to say just real quick is what I thought was fascinating. The first thing that you said was the difference between text and content
and copy.
Copy.
Yes.
And I know that if I think about my communications, a lot of times it's copy, and how.
What do you mean by
well,
that?
Copy is just the details. It's not specific. It's not.
So you mean it's not like
too personal?
Oh, it's too personal.
It's too personal, right? It needs
Copy
to be,
is actually.
why ask me? Let's let you.
Okay,
say.
copy is written by a professional copywriter.
That's it.
So that's my background in advertising. I was a copywriter and then a creative director. And I told a story this morning about a time I was hired to rewrite a website for a company. And the CEO in our initial meeting said, I don't understand why everyone is saying we need to hire you. And I went through our whole website and everything's correct.
Right.
And I said, oh, everything is accurate, but it's not compelling. It's text, but not copy. And so I was encouraging people in the audience there are times where it is worth hiring a professional copywriter for important brand elements because it sings. It just vibrates differently. It doesn't feel like words on a page that are telling you something. It feels like words on a page that are making you feel something.
My experience with it is that I've written my own emails to my customers, and I always feel it's incredibly personal. It's comes from like having a conversation with me, and it would be hard to hire a copywriter to express that. But
I think you're doing the right thing.
So
that's a person-to-person communication.
Right.
I'm talking more about when you're writing something, introducing a new product or something really aspirational about the legacy of your vineyard and I don't know, things that are longer lasting, kind of higher brand value and not coming necessarily through one person's voice.
Okay.
Then you want to hire a copywriter.
Right. But my experience this last time was that I wrote that personal letter to the people, and then I worked with a woman, shout out to Chelsea Boss, and Chelsea just went in and just kind of wordsmithed it a little bit and kind of reworked it a little bit, and it changed it. It made it more compelling. It actually made it almost more personal because it was cleaner. And it made me think that now I need to have someone like her help me rewrite all the text on the website, just for the reason, as you said. I think it's copy.
Yeah, and it sounds like she did kind of copy editing where you gave her a pretty good draft, and a good editor will say, kind of identify, like, this is the most compelling thing you said. Let's amplify that, elevate that, let's surface it earlier, let's add a couple more sentences to support it. So it's really just, it's kind of like someone that comes and helps you go through all the clothes in your closet. You might not buy anything new, but someone's going to be like, you look best in these 3 things, and if you add these elements, you look even better. It's kind of what a good copy editor can do.
Okay, cool.
Can we go back to meeting people where they are?
Yeah.
Because I think that's something that probably in general the wine industry does a pretty terrible job at. And it's something that I'm not like no tooting horn, I think sort of accidentally. We have done a pretty good job of it at 16600. What are we doing? How are we, April Fool's Day maybe, but what is it that a wine brand can do to be successful in that meeting? Because it is, the barrier to entry sometimes with wine seems so chasmatic, chasm-atic, a big chasm.
I like it. I'm using it.
Chasmatic. Can we dig in on that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we covered a lot this morning. We talked about visuals and how there are very tired visuals used.
Like
guy, dog, truck. I said, how many of you have a webpage with a guy, a dog, and a truck? And everyone started laughing because I think they were self-identifying with like, wow, that just seems to be an overused image. And so
I think of country music when you say guy, dog, truck.
Yeah. Right. I mean, it's kind of like the image of the guy in the back of the pickup with his best friend,
You're right. No, now that I'm thinking about it, you notice that a winemaker is never just like hanging out. He's wearing a specific style of clothes and he's he's holding on to like a cluster of grapes or pulling wine out of the barrel with the thief, or it seems, and you know that that's not really happening in real time, that it's sort of staged by a photographer in most cases, I would say.
Yes,
right? So that's kind of what you're talking about is.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I loved about the April Fool's Day event was there was so much storytelling, and people were talking about, and for me as an outsider, it was very captivating. I even took quotes from things people said and put them on my Instagram, but the chaos of winemaking, that you're when the bees come, you know that you're close. You don't want to prematurely pick, and there was something so creative about it. I was like, wow, this is such a, and I said this at the beginning of my talk. I said, you are so lucky to work in this industry. It is a living industry. You make a living product that is impacted by the climate and by the people that touch it, and by it's beautiful. It's like poetry. And so I think meeting people where they are is not assuming that everyone wants to hear you nerd out or geek out on wine terminology or get really technical about it. But I think the human piece of it, who works there, and what are the special rituals of your staff as you spend time tasting wine, or even the people that come through your tasting room, who are they? I mean, when you go to taste, people are always like, where are you people visiting from? And I always love saying Napa because they pour more for you because they know you're a local. But what are the stories you hear from your customers that come through? Could those be surfaced? So it's meeting people where they are as people, and just not assuming that everyone wants you to be the expert in this particular varietal, speaking with authority. There's a place for that, but there's also a place for just being the creative souls that decided to make wine for a living. That's interesting.
My first boss said to me once, it was at the end of harvest, he says, so my first harvest, he said, what do you think of this experience? And I said, I'm completely in love with it, and it was amazing experience, and taking something from the ground, and then, I didn't even know what we had done at that point, into these tanks where they were fermenting. And he said, yeah, he goes, and when you go home, look what you get to take home. He goes, think about if you worked in a paper towel factory, what you would take home at the end of the day.
Wow.
Wow. And he was right. It's like, we're so lucky that that's what we're doing, is that at the end of the day, we're bringing home something that you can share and love and enjoy and go back and try again. And, you could just be working in a factory that makes a generic product.
Totally. That's the same every year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it's supposed to be the same.
Right. Exactly.
You get in trouble if it's not.
Right.
Been trying to find new ways to sell it.
Correct.
Even though it hasn't
the same
changed
thing
in 100 years.
Right. Quicker,
that must be fun. Yeah. Right. Can we talk a little bit, just in more general terms, about marketing, how it's changed for you with online sales as opposed to what marketing used to be? It seems like it used to be, right, billboards, commercials on television, now then transition to YouTube ads, now TikTok. I mean, it's a lot more information, but it seems to be trying to be more focused in different environments to different people.
Yeah, it used to be broadcasting. There were this many TV channels. You bought a demographic, you had a CPM you wanted to hit within that demographic, and now it's what they call narrowcasting. Yeah. You're thinking, okay, I can get super granular about who I know, even dispositionally likes my product or is more, prone to buy my product, and then you can show up on, I was on Pinterest the other day, and I guess it was an ad. It didn't strike me as an ad, but there was a cover of a book I had never heard of called Late to the Ball, and I'm a tennis player, and it was about a New York Times editor that decided to become a competitive tennis player, to take up tennis in his 50s and try to compete in senior tournaments. It was fabulous, and I ordered it on Amazon, and it was only later that I was like, that was an algorithm that hit me right, like they knew something about me, and it was a good experience for me as a customer. So I think as a creative in advertising, our jobs are so different because we used to make very contained things that got, the same thing got resized and used in various placements, but now it's the speed of change and content, and even customer generated content that gets shared. It's a whole nother beast. And I would argue it's probably a lot more exciting than it was when I was starting out, and a lot harder and more overwhelming.
And what is your personal opinion of some ads where you watch the ad and then you go, I have no fucking idea what the hell they were trying to sell through the whole thing. You know what I mean? It's almost like they're trying not to sell you something, and then at the end they just show you, oh crap, that was for Ford, or that was for, but it seems like it's more of like to me, it seems like it started from people liking Saturday Night Live, SNL spoof commercials. And then those were popular and people found them entertaining. So then it's almost like they crept into real advertising world where we're going to catch you off guard by showing you something that you're just watching it because it's wacky or weird. And then at the very end is like, oh, that was for whatever brand it was.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you reframe that as you didn't realize you were being sold to,
right,
and that actually kept you engaged. Compare that to the experience you have where we will show you the video you want in 5 seconds after you watch this torturous ad that is such an ad that you're like, you
When
feel
does
like
that
you're,
little box come
yes,
up, right?
exactly. You're like skip ad. You're like index finger is waiting.
Yeah.
So it's a way of kind of earning your attention in an entertaining fashion. And if it's done artfully, there will be a reason that the brand at the end makes sense. Oh, there's a value, or there's some kind of humor or point of view that I just experienced, and it's being brought to you by so-and-so. One of the, I didn't mention this in my presentation this morning, but I wanted to. During COVID, when, no one was going into work, wineries were not hosting tastings, when the whole world was quiet, Airbnb, think about how much their business was impacted, and they're headquartered here in San Francisco. When you were driving up 101, right before you crossed to the Bay Bridge, there was a billboard, and it said, "We miss travel too." Airbnb, just small logo, there was something about it that was so generous. Like, here they are spending money on advertising in a time when no one's doing business with them. But it was a way for them to say, like, travel and community is our company value, and we're suffering now along with you. And I thought it was brilliant. So there are all these places that brands can show up that don't feel heavy-handed and feel a little bit more entertainment, to your point, Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. And then things we talk about, critic scores when it comes to wine. Does that actually help sell the wine? Or is it more like, I use the example of the car commercials where we've been told this, and I don't know if it's true, that the car commercial isn't really for someone who's looking to buy a car. It's for someone who already purchased that car. It's almost like an affirmation of you did the right thing by purchasing that car. And so the critic scores to me are sort of like that, where people like the wine, but then when they see that it got a 95, they go, yeah, see, I knew I liked that wine. It's almost like reassuring them that they made a good decision by buying that wine. It's sort of a odd. I don't think someone says, "Oh, that's a 95.1. I got to go seek it out." But it's and what is that kind of advertising called? Where it's like they're not even really trying to sell you something; they're trying to make you feel better about the purchase that you already made.
Yeah. I mean, that's branding. That's, making you feel like an educated consumer. Think about car ratings. Think about all the things that all the indicators people look at for social belonging. Oh, I must be intelligent. I chose a well-ranked wine. I must be a good parent. I bought the safest car to put my toddler in,
Volvo.
whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Subaru?
Well, I mean, it's one of those too, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You were given a prompt.
Barbara's giving you notes.
I can't read her handwriting. Oh, points.
Men respond to points. It's
Men respond to points. You heard it from Barbara Gorder, who wrote it down. That's interesting. I would argue women do too, at times, for certain
It's
things.
also speed in the grocery store. So you got to go in and buy something.
Right.
And you see the points, yeah. And if you're someone that doesn't know a lot about wine, like my brother, he doesn't drink. He's totally out of this world, and he wanted to buy a gift for a client of his, and he sent me a text and he said, "Did I do a good job? This is what I sent." And it was Farniente. And I was like, "Well done." And I think he stood a little taller because, his sister from Napa blessed his choice.
I get those texts too from family members to go, "Hey, we're
the family
thinking
sommelier,
about,
totally.
I need to get a bottle of wine for this person," and then they're in a store and they're like sending me pictures of different wines. Which one should we get?
Do you get pictures of the wine list? I get pictures of the wine list from my
like what they should order in the restaurant.
What should I order at this restaurant? And send me a picture of the wine list. But I think that's still part of the wine industry failing to meet people where they are. That if your brother, who isn't necessarily a wine drinker but occasionally is a wine purchaser, it feels intimidated by that process, the choosing process. If you're somebody, it's my sister-in-law. She's 29 years old. She's this person that we're talking all the time about. Are they buying wine? Are they drinking wine? She gets a wine list, doesn't know what to order, has to have, thank goodness that she has somebody that she can text and ask. Otherwise, she's getting a margarita, right? I mean, so what can we do better for those folks, those, really peripheral, to like give them something that they can latch onto so they don't just bounce off?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's coming up in this conversation is that on the one hand, you want to demystify something that shouldn't be so complicated. But on the other hand, there is some real achievement in wine and some hard-earned, beautiful complexity that you want to kind of take pride in. And so
some hot trash that you want to stay away from.
Yeah, but I think that's what's hard is people are intimidated by choosing wine. It's expensive. Is it going to go with the thing I'm going to eat with it? Am I going to look like an idiot that I ordered? I mean, I remember the first time I heard that actually with Thanksgiving turkey, you shouldn't have white. You should have a lighter red, and here's why. And I was like, wow, I never thought about that. And I thought there were these, it's kind of like don't wear white until, after Memorial Day. These hard and fast rules that we've been taught our whole lives. And all of a sudden we're like, oh, is that even true? So I think the more you can kind of have fun with wine and make it less intimidating, that's going to bring new consumers in.
And I've always thought that a little bit that's generational, because the California wine industry for so long wanted to be like France, and you ordered wine for a special reason, and somehow don't open that bottle of wine unless you're going to finish it. And so that was a mindset of the time, and it's got to change. And now here we are, and maybe we're starting to see some of that changing, but
that's
not
really
quite there.
Interesting. Yeah, like there was a time where you had to you were like the underdog that had to prove you were good enough.
Right.
And then once you did, and France took notice and the world took notice, it's like, okay, now what? We're in a different stage of the growth of the industry.
Right.
Yeah, which I would argue is a more fun stage, because now you can invite more people in.
Right. Yeah.
What are you drinking at home if you have an opportunity? What are some of your favorite wines or favorite wineries too?
Yeah, let's see. I mentioned the 3 wine clubs that I belong to, which are Vintners Collective. I love Vintners because they represent the really, really small producers that don't have their own tasting rooms. Yep. So I love some of the wines. What is it Herdinandy? Is that how you say it? Herdinandy? Oh, Chardonnay, phenomenal. Yeah. It's hard to pronounce. Herdinandy.
Right. But it's got
Tella.
Now we want to know.
Tella. Do you know Tella?
No.
Excellent. And then I also belong to St. Clair Brown Winery's Bottleless Wine Club, where I can just stop by and have a glass of wine because I'm a member.
Wait, what? Tell me.
You should have come to my talk.
I got kicked out. What did I just say?
Okay. Yeah, I was talking about how wine clubs should not only equal shipping people bottles of wine. And so I just happened to realize that the 3 wine clubs I belong to all are unique in some way. Yeah. Vintners, representing these really small wines that I wouldn't have heard of or get to try that are exceptional. St. Clair having this bottleless wine club where I pay $35 a month and I can just go have a glass of wine or a beer anytime between Thursday and Sunday as often as I want because I'm a local and that appealed to me.
Yeah.
And then the last one was One Hope Winery, which has this whole new philanthropic model of like cause entrepreneurship. So those are, I do like the wines there. I've really come to love red wine. I used to really prefer whites. And since I moved to Napa 3 years ago, I have really started to appreciate a great red. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of my favorites.
Well, that place that
I love the Orange Swift wines.
Oh, cool.
They're
Okay.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're right below Monte Rosso Vineyard, where Dave is getting a lot of that fruit from now.
It's beautiful. And
yeah.
Funny story about that wine. The first time I had an Orange Swift wine, it was before I lived in Napa. I was in Las Vegas having a really lovely dinner, and the waitress recommended the Mannequin Chardonnay with whatever I was drinking,
Right.
and I loved it.
Yeah.
I went back at the time I was living in Palo Alto. I went to K&L Wines and all the good wine stores, and they were like, "Oh, we had that, but we sold out. It's hard to get." So I became on this kind of like obsession about finding this wine. Do you know where I ended up seeing it, finding it, being able to order it? At the Newark airport. I was about to
I was
get
going to say Safeway.
the Newark airport. I was at one of those little restaurants where you order off the iPad, and I was like, "Oh, maybe I'll get a glass of wine." The Orange Swift Mannequin Chardonnay was at the Newark airport, so of course I had that.
And some
loved
wine
there.
rep really like had a coup.
Well,
getting into the EWR.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's funny. Are we allowed, like, as a tasting room? Oh, now this is going to be one of your issues too. Are we allowed to pour a glass? Like, if people are wine club members and they want to come by and just have a glass, isn't there some law about how we don't sell glasses of wine? Or
we can do that.
Okay.
And that's exactly why when I first went to St. Clair Brown, and I was living walkable distance at the time, and it's this beautiful little garden, and they have some food, and it was so delightful. And I thought, I just want to come here and hang out here in my neighborhood. And they only did tastings, and I was like, I don't always want to do a tasting. And so I guess enough people like myself suggested, and then they launched this bottleless wine club. I got an email from them, and I was like, this is exactly what I wanted, and I joined. And I don't know if I go enough to make it worth the $35, but I like it. I like feeling like a local.
Do they charge you for the glass, or is the glass their $35 covers the?
I can go anytime. I think they're only open Thursday to Sundays. I could go every Thursday to Sunday of the month and have a free glass of wine for $35. Now I don't. I probably go once a month, if that. But I like the feeling that I can go there and take people. I also get 20% off the food. That's not why I did it, and they also, by the way, make apparently amazing beers, and that's also available. So there was a guy there that apparently goes every single day. He's a member and has a beer and has lunch there every single day between Thursday and Sunday. He's a smarter businessman than I am in his investment, but
it's his cheers.
And it's not, exactly. And it's not always about the money. Like, that's another thing. I think wine is an experience. For me, belonging someplace locally that has beautiful greenery and they grow their own herbs that they cook with, like, I just like it. I just want to be part of that vibe.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think there's a whole, the guy who runs our sales system was talking about this club growth, not in you get 6 bottles twice a year to be a member, but you pay, it's sort of the Costco model. You pay that $100 a year so you can go to Costco to buy things. People paying $100 a year to be in essentially a social club. Maybe it means you get a glass of wine when you show up, or whatever it means. You get invitations to the parties or something. For the and they're stoked. There's $35 a month from 100 people, 2,000 people. How many ever people that's zero cost revenue the first of the month, that all of a sudden there's this money coming in that didn't cost them anything to get.
Exactly.
Right.
So it is a really interesting growth place for wineries and wine clubs.
All right, you hanging out here tonight?
I actually have a dog that needs to be walked.
Okay.
What kind of dog you got?
I have a black lab.
Oh yeah, he's tearing she's tearing up your living room right now.
Yeah, I spent the night here for the event, and so I had a dog walker with her, but I said I would be home to walk. Yeah, she's a little spoiled.
Aren't they
But
all?
thank you
The
for
good
a
ones all
great
are.
chat.
Thank
And,
you.
Thank you. No, appreciate you.
How do people follow you on social media. I remember your posts after April Fool's Day.
Yeah, my
But-
handle on
how do
Instagram
you
is
get
Kat Gordon, which is KatGordon. I also write a newsletter about the future of creativity and work, and that's katgordon.substack.com. So would love to have people subscribe. It's free. Yeah. So hope to make some new friends. I've seen a lot of people reach out on LinkedIn. I'm also Kat Gordon on LinkedIn.
You're Kat Gordon wherever you go.
I kind of am.
Kat Gordon, dog person, as it turns out.
Dog walker.
Dog
Yeah,
walker.
yeah.
I have that song in my head from Flash Gordon. I'm like, Cat,
Gordon.
savior of the universe.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys have.
I didn't wear my cape today.
That was a Queen song.
All right, cool. Thank you
All
so
right.
much, Kat. We
Sure.
appreciate
My
you.
pleasure.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys. All right.
And we'll be back in
0 seconds.
1 second. Hey, we're back.
We're
Told
back
you,
so
told you.
soon. We never left. Digitally, we never left. Physically and emotionally, we've been everywhere. We're joined now by two friends of ours from Sonoma Valley. They happen to be Enterprise Vineyards clients. That was entirely the point. Jennifer Freebairn from Bairn. Of course I did. The Gérard Basset Foundation. I'm on a roll today. And VP of Marketing Sales at Lasseter Family, and Philipe Theibaud from Stone Edge Farm, Director of Hospitality. Gets to hang out at Silver Cloud all the time. Has the greatest job in the world. And well, we wanted to bring you guys in. We've had seems like 25 guests on so far this show, at least a half a dozen. And
Lobbyists, we've had marketers.
Right. We've had tech
people,
entrepreneurs,
data folks.
and they were all presenters at the conference. You guys just bought a ticket and came. So we want to hear your experience a little bit, some of the things that that you're doing, at Lasseter, at Stone Edge, that you want to improve on, some things that, maybe some ideas that you've gotten here that you want to take back to the team. So Jennifer, let's start with you. What brought you to the DTC Wine Symposium today?
Well, I like this event in general, though I haven't been in years. And as we were talking about, I've been running sort of all marketing and sales channels for the wineries where I've worked for the last 20 years. Mm. And so I always see things in terms of integration. I'm not a wholesale person or a DTC person, hospitality or media. It's all of it. How does all of it integrate? Is everything aligning? And are we also effective and efficient in, if we go out into the market, are we doing something with wholesale and media and consumer? And what are the unusual ways to do that? In-home things versus restaurant things. So I'm kind of always just looking for what tidbits can be added to that recipe of all of these different things that we're doing, and what innovations might I hear about. And so that's kind of what I come for. It's just what's kind of the little tidbits, not sort of just like, oh my gosh, we've never done an email campaign. How do you do that?
Right.
And I thought this was really quality. To your point, the speakers were really great today. And even if we're just in the DTC world, I know Leslie, and I can't remember the name of the presentation, but it was really talking about going out into the market and doing things that involve more than one type of activity at once. We're just, leveraging connections and efficiency and that kind of stuff. So I'm looking, I thought they did a really nice job. And with Lasseter, because we are not ever going to be predominantly wholesale, it's just not part of the build. Right. It's a different animal from some of the others that I've worked with. And so I also just thought there was an intelligent conversation about emails in that presentation about digital campaigns and stuff, but it was more than just kind of nuts and bolts. It was thoughtful and strategic, and why would you do this, and why would you email that person one way and this one the other way, and stuff. So I just felt like there was quality stuff that you could actually bite onto, rather than just kind of boilerplate information.
Cool. Philippe?
Yeah, and for Stone Edge Farm Winery, it's pretty simple. We sell exclusively all the wines direct to the consumer. So this is obviously easy one. It's a symposium that we need to attend every year. First and foremost, it's a fundraiser. So The money is well spent. Steve Gross was saying 47 states open direct to the consumer, and soon perhaps 48. So that's pretty amazing. So reason number one, I would say for me, yes, it's to help out, free the grapes. I think it's a great cause, and that's why I keep coming. I think I've been coming for the last almost, except COVID year, every single year since I started 13 years ago. And then number two, networking. People move. We're just talking with Barbara and earlier. People tend to move rather quite a bit in the wine industry. Although I haven't moved in the last two jobs.
You just moved up the hill, right?
Chateau Saint Jean to Stone Age Farm. It's fun to connect. It's fun to see where people end up. And I'd be foolish to think that my clients are strictly drinking Stone Age Farm. They're not. So it's kind of, good to see where so-and-so ended up. And when I'm going to be in a slow period, slow week, hey, let's reach out. Let's go see, I'll text them with me and let's go see my buddy at Clos du Val, for example. I missed him, so that's what I do. And I think it's always also very well done. The symposium here, it's put on by some professionals. I wouldn't say I learn a lot, but I always try to write a lot of notes, go home essentially with five ideas, initiatives that I can share with a small team and see if we can, just put them to use.
Jennifer, when we had a little email exchange about coming on today, you said something really interesting about just lending perspective on being in this industry for a bit of time, and we're coming on. It was 2005 was the Granholm decision, so really like all of this changed in the last 20 years. What are some challenges that exist now that you wouldn't have foreseen maybe when this the DTC world really started to open up, and then vice versa, things that 20 years ago seemed impossible that now are just like happen every day and nobody thinks about it?
Yeah, great question. Well, I think two really simple thoughts on that are, and I always talk about time. People will talk about the business. It's like, yeah, but that was at a different time. Those things don't work now, or you don't start a brand that way necessarily now. It's time is that factor, along with, are you going to be a DTC brand or a wholesale brand or a sports brand or this brand or that brand? So when I started, it was a really wonderful time. It was just, I came out of restaurants and performance and other things. And it was, from the 90s through the early 2000s, it was a build for American wine. It was in 2005, I think, was the first time that this country drank more wine than beer or whiskey in its history. So it was a very interesting time. And people like Robert Parker had made it manageable. People have a lot of feelings about critics, but I feel like the Wine Advocate, I'm not here to tout that, but it was just like that. There really was that like need to make it understandable or give people something to grab onto in this country about how to enjoy wine or how to think about it or dice and slice it so they could, be less intimidated by it. So it was an exciting time, and I got on board with Paul Hobbs early on, and so it was really exciting and very dynamic. And I was doing every channel. I was managing compliance on a spreadsheet as Granholm happened and things started to open up, and also doing everything from vineyards to export and the Argentine winery that we had, and wholesale and DTC, and creating an allocated way of selling wine on the mail list instead of just selling it all the time. So it was an exciting time that I think a lot of people know about during this country's evolution in wine, and DTC just became a huge opportunity. If a lot of other things went right, a lot of this business is luck. It doesn't matter how wonderful everything is, right? So that was just an exciting time, and it was also a more analog and down to earth time. Physically being places and selling wine to buyers and tasting. It was just there were fewer wineries. The business was in a different place. The technology was less in general. And so that was a beautiful, earthy, wonderful way to travel around the world and be involved in this business. Now what's available, I immediately think of Vino Shipper and my tiny little 200 case brand Wow and Flutter with my husband. He's a winemaker, and it's just like our little love child while we're working our other jobs. And it's like Vino Shipper is the thing I wished it existed 20 years ago, where I don't have to hold a single license. I don't have to do anything. They send me a net check after the, all the compliance and everything. That's so beautiful. And the wine, our ABC licenses at our house, and we just ship it from there. Like, I can't, for someone like me, it literally is heartwarming that I can do that, and that anybody could do that. So that's the
There's
neat
room
thing.
for those little brands to exist now because of those things, right?
Yeah, because if you go out into the wholesale world, which I've been there a lot, and it's okay that I'm not there right now, because that's a crazy consolidation world. And this world is like you can do a lot of things as an individual, as it is in anything. When you can do it as an individual, it's still about marketing. Marketing is the 100% everything. You still have to get people to hear about you and understand you and who are you and who's going to care about you. So that part is never easy. But just even being able to sell wine yourself and do that, that's something that's just changed massively without it being a huge cost.
And I guess, Philippe, kind of the same question to you, being in hospitality and the consumer-facing side of this, the in-person side, as it's gotten digital, especially, sort of that amplified and became more rapid after, during and after COVID. What's changed about the hospitality experience that's made it more challenging or easier in the last, 25 years or whatever?
I mean, that was one of the sessions I really wanted to attend. It was the road show, and you really need to, I think now, understand that you've got to take the show on the road, and I was kind of like looking forward to just kind of get out of the speakers the best practices, essentially, when being on the road. And I'm very pleased to see that a lot of things that we're doing is actually the right thing at this point. But I would love to just have 2 or 3 additional staff members dedicated to do just that, because folks really like to have the ability to access, essentially, to the story, the experience, and we're so successful when they come on site, but the minute they leave, we feel like the love is basically slowly but surely diminishing. So how can we just keep them engaged? And I think it's going to be the name of the game moving forward, just to be constantly just reaching out to the champions, to your fan base, and finding out whether or not they would be willing to host an on-site Stone Age farm experience. Obviously, not here at the winery, but at the home, at the private club they belong to, at somebody's restaurant, if possible. So I think hospitality doesn't need to just be right here at the winery, but on the road, and it's going to change. I mean, it's important always, I think, to challenge yourself. It's certainly work. You realize that your tools, your whatever you have while at the winery to close the deal, you don't have them with you. You don't have the caves, you don't have the vineyards, but it doesn't matter. They just want you. They just obviously want the wines, and they just want have for you just the ability to share the same experience to their friends.
Philippe, can you talk about a little bit about what you mean by a road show for those people that
roadshow?
Yes. With what you guys are doing?
Yeah. So, I mean, we started. This would have been 7 years ago. We were invited by some club members, essentially, to go to Tulsa, of all places, at the Philbrook Wine Experience, and they basically told us, "You don't know anything about Tulsa, but guess what? I will fill the room. I will fill my home with incredible people, and I know they'll buy wine." And I've done a lot of offsites before while I chat to Saint-Jean, and some here close to to Stone Age Farm when I went to Stone Age Farm, and I was really taken by surprise. Taking the show to Tulsa, they come to your station, to your event, and they just can't wait to fill out order forms. They can't wait to join memberships. I was like, this is amazing. So realized that that's what it is. We need to just go and obviously book a plane ticket and hotel room and dedicate some time to do so. It's so well worth it. You do come back with a lot of orders and events.
And Jennifer, I know before you were there, they did a little bit of that at Lasseter. Are you guys doing roadshow type things like that still?
What I would say is not only a little bit, but it's a not yet, because we've done a lot at the winery in terms of redesigning things, for everything from the experiences to the club tiers, and there's lots more exciting things there. So the spaces, the venues, in preparation, there's a lot there. Right. And so to really be able to take better advantage and help people be able to experience more of that. I've been very selective with a couple of wine auctions in the market to get the brand out there, but just very selective, because you can run around and be tactical, and it's like, what are we doing? So, but as part of that, for instance, going to the Atlanta wine auction, which I've been doing for many, many years, doing some add-ons there in private homes. It's for this company, it's a matter of efficiency. If there's no wholesale team out there or no other reason, then it's just about being efficient. What markets do we go to, and how do we do it, and when? So that's kind of coming, and it's a little bit of a next phase. But we're in a bit of a re-emerging phase, which is very exciting. So the winery's got a lot of cool stuff in store. That'll definitely be part of it.
Look, well, I know we don't want to take a whole lot more time of you guys and get back to the conferences, and I think the wine tasting portion of the DTC Wine Symposium is finally starting. There's like wine something, right? I was promised, Barbara, there's wine at some point this day. But anything else, any other takeaways or interesting things that are happening with either one of the brands, Stone Age Farm or Lasseter, that we should know about? And, otherwise we look forward to seeing you next year here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, at Stone Age Farm, we are in the process of essentially giving a facelift to the restaurant. Soon, Enclos will reopen. A lot of you are waiting anxiously. Give us a few more months, and then you'll be welcome back to your home away from home soon.
Nice. Yeah, and as I mentioned, we're just sort of, I think, we're just better expressing what the substance really is of Lasseter, because it's so beautiful and there's so much about it that's truly enchanting, and the artistry and the stories and everything. And so I think we're hopefully doing a good job of sort of re-emerging and being able to share that in a different way. And so there's a few, as I say, redesign things coming, and it's an exciting time truly to kind of get on board or at least pay attention to what we're up to, or join a mail list, or be aware of what we're doing. It's really going to be fun.
Yeah, the Trinity Ridge wines are fantastic. I mean, the Juicy Creek stuff's great, but I'm excited about. Before the Lasseter's bought, I always wanted to get some of that Trinity Ridge when it was Lookout Ridge, the Syrah.
Yeah, that's Syrah.
And then now Danielle and Tony got their hands on the Syrah, and I know I'm never gonna get to touch it ever again.
Yeah, that's well, you can come and drink some at least. There's that.
I got a couple bottles.
Yeah. Yeah, the mountain's a whole other venue, so that's another exciting thing.
Yeah, there's some cool spaces up there on the top of that hill.
Okay,
yeah.
I mean, can we talk about that? What is at Trinity Ridge? What is up at that piece of property? Isn't there like a wine production facility? Is there
There's a little cave. I mean,
yeah,
that's stretching the definition of a production facility. But it's a cave.
Yeah, there are some beautiful assets, you would call them, I guess, up there, and that is one of them. And a beautiful lookout area.
Right.
That is another thing, and then the roundhouse. And so there's just a lot to explore.
But currently not being utilized, correct?
That's correct. Just 9 acres of fabulous fruit, and and we're there. There's so much more to do. It's so exciting. I love working with Lasseter.
What
it's
a
the
great
best.
spot to take people up there and do a wine tasting of the Syrah, looking at the vineyard.
Well, there's also Cabernet that they'd probably want to sell too.
Well, there's that, but you got your. That's exactly how we feel. We're super excited, and we cannot wait to.
Otherwise, I'm moving in.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you get a certain amount of time, and then you got to give it up to whoever is willing to just move in.
Just live
right on, which could be me. So get in line, brother.
Right, well, a great day in Sonoma Valley is a day that if you went to Stone Edge Farm in Lasseter and maybe stopped by the tank room and ended it with some records at 16600, that'd be a good day in Sonoma. So that's a good day.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks you guys for stopping by. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Grateful to be here.
All right, well, welcome back to the DTC Wine Symposium Winemakers podcast. This is a little special clip that we'll be splicing in somewhere to the show. We've got James Joyner, friend of the show, friend of the podcast, here sitting in with me, and keynote speaker Rishad Tobaccowalla, who I fucked it up.
You got it right.
I did it. Yes.
You got it correct.
Whose keynote I just listened to on how AI is going to move and push and make the wine industry different and more powerful and better if we do it right.
Exactly.
And it was fascinating, and I learned things, and I nodded and pretended like I understood some other things. But you just kind of give us a couple of sentences about what you were talking about in there today, and you know, what people in the wine industry should be looking at in the next 2024.
Absolutely. So the key points I made were, one, that AI is like applied statistics. It's basically been around for 80 years.
Mm-hmm.
It has been around, but it has erupted recently because of a combination of chip technology, better algorithms, and a lot of data to train on. And it is going to be very revolutionary in all businesses, including the wine business. The second point I made is we're living in a world where increasingly where computation was becoming free, distribution was becoming free. I'm talking about information distribution. And now increasingly knowledge will become free. So that's going to be pretty significant, and it's going to have a very big impact on every business and every industry starting in 2024. So don't think that you're going to be retired before this comes and strikes. So that's the second.
That was one of the things that you were, the pace with which this technology is not only advancing, but also sort of advancing into our hands, right?
It's advancing into our hands. It's getting cheaper and cheaper. And the points I basically made there was that, for instance, like between ChatGPT and GPT-4 and what's coming, they started doing better on the LSAT, which is the law school exam.
Right.
Then first 20% of the students, then 86% of the students, then 90% of the students, then 99% of the students. And all that took place in the course of less than a year.
Right.
Which is number one. And the second is, like the most recent Samsung phones that have just come out do real-time translation between English and 12 different languages. So you don't need to require to learn Mandarin, for instance, if you wanted to speak to somebody in Mandarin. So that's the sort of the second one. It's going to be very big. Third is it's going to impact all parts of the wine industry, from the growing to the blending to the marketing, selling to the servicing. And that as a result, we should all pay a lot of attention to it, because it's not going to be necessarily a threat. It will be an opportunity. But in order to ensure that everybody takes the opportunity and doesn't get phased by this, is everyone should embrace it, which is learn. And it's very easy and cheap to learn. Just, sign up on things like GPT, but pay for the $20 version, or Runway, pay for the $20 version, because the paid version is 6 months ahead. And because of the rate of change, 6 months ahead is often twice as good, 3 times as good. And so you have to learn about it and work it. But most importantly, there are things that don't change. And what tends to happen is, I believe AI is going to be an enabler, but it's not going to be a differentiator. And what's going to differentiate will continue to be quality of product, community, service, craft storytelling.
Right. I loved that part of the contrast between AI, which is intelligence that we can all tap into, but the HI. When you talk about talk about HI a little bit in this framework.
Yeah. So what is tending to basically happen is, if you remember, many years ago, and some of your listeners might, there was a very famous commercial for cassette tape. There used to be things called cassette tapes. And
from a family of deadheads, Rishad. So we know we exactly passed around cassettes, bootlegs, right, and soundboards, right?
And there was an ad for a company called Memorex, and they had Ella Fitzgerald sing. And when she sang loud enough, it basically, or with a high frequency tone, it shattered a wine glass.
Right.
Okay. Then they taped it on Memorex tape and ran the Memorex tape, and it shattered the wine glass. And the line was, is it live or is it Memorex?
Right.
Okay. We're going to move in a world where AI is going to become so good that people are going to ask, is it AI or is it human?
Right.
Okay. And because everyone will be having AI, it'll become sort of like electricity. You won't be differentiating using electricity. You can't operate without electricity.
Right.
But you don't differentiate saying, my winery is better than your winery because of the way we use electricity. Okay. But obviously, if you don't have electricity, you can't compete with a winery that has electricity.
Right.
In today's world, obviously, before electricity, that was a different thing. So as a result, what will differentiate is the human inspiration, the human insight. I call it human inspiration, HI, which is, who are the people? Where is the story? And it's very much like the difference between a Chinese-made bag and a French or Italian-made, something that's
right,
made by a Berluti or a Louis Vuitton. The difference is in the handicraft, the craft, the marketing, the storytelling, the branding, and not necessarily a bag is a bag is a bag.
Right. So, the premise of our podcast, as it started, was there was a winemaker, a sommelier, a wine grower, and a consumer. And obviously, three of those people aren't here today. But I was always in the role of the farmer, the wine grower. And so one of the things that you were talking about today, and basically it exists already, is the way that AI is improving or helping the farming process of, around the world, but in specific to grapes in the States.
So so for instance, again, I'm not an expert in the space, but what I discovered is, one of the key things is weather makes a very big difference to the way you grow. And if you had almost prescient knowledge of weather a month out,
right,
day by day, it would be helpful, right? And to a great extent, the modern AI tools. So Google has an AI weather tool that has tended, which is available now to everybody, and it has tended to be better than the most sophisticated weather corporation sitting in Europe that does this. And they actually use the Google tool. And they said the Google tool is better than them,
right,
but when they use the Google tool, it's better than the Google tool alone.
Right.
Okay. So what tends to basically happen is, you'll be better able to tell the weather. But more importantly, it also takes a lot of information. So I call AI applied statistics on steroids, of a lot of the things that have to do with, growing stuff, like, the terroir and all this other kind of stuff. Now you're able to basically do all kinds of correlation analysis or like of data. So you eventually get down to where's the best place to grow what grape at what time, right? And that obviously makes a big difference to growers. And so, in effect, it's always how do you work with, bend with, and deal with nature.
Right.
And this will just give us some more tools to do with that.
No, I'm thinking of lining up rootstocks, and the thing that, and it drives me crazy, and it's something that we don't do, is you drive through wine country and all the rows of the vineyards line up with the roads, right? The driveway into the winery, the highway going past it, whatever it is. The thing that makes so much more sense is you line it up to the way the sunlight hits the rows.
Yes.
And, now it sounds like everybody's going to have that. The machine will tell them,
exactly,
don't line it up on your driveway just because it makes the Instagram picture better.
Yes.
Line it up, 7 degrees northeast or whatever, right?
And what will tend to happen is people who have that will start being able to be more competitive than people that don't have that.
Right.
But the reality of everybody can have it if they decide to have it. So that's why my basic belief is don't say, well, this doesn't matter. It will matter because, in effect, it's like at some particular stage, it's that famous scene from Indiana Jones where the guy pulls out his sort of knife and goes left, right, left, and Indiana pulls out his gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So the whole idea is basically when new technology occurs, think about it as a lever that allows you to get better. But if you decide not to, then other people get the leverage and you don't.
Right. That was one of my favorite parts of your talk this morning. Was the adapt.
Yes, embrace.
Yeah. Talk about that a little bit.
So there are 3 parts of it, which is embrace, adapt, and complement. So embrace is learn about it, use it, don't poo-poo it, get people to mentor you, experiment, make mistakes, whatever it is. So it's embrace. And you can do it now because, yes, it's scaling. But imagine if this becomes prime time. As I always say, don't make mistakes when you're on the Super Bowl. Make mistakes when you're like in your bathroom, right? So that's a sort of one part of it. Learn. The other one is adapt. The moment you get all of this, you begin to realize that the current processes may not make sense, like the one you just mentioned, right? The way you line stuff up. You might say, hey, now I have better information. I shouldn't be doing it that way. So you adapt everything you do, but as you adapt, you'll do more of something, less of something. It'll free up time to do other things. So that's adapt. But the third is complement, which is a lot of people basically say, okay, will this all replace us? Not necessarily, because the HI is what we will be very good at. And the AI will do a lot of the math and the logistics and everything else of it. So to a great extent, it's this embrace, adapt, complement step that we have to do. But it begins with learning and embracing. And then once you do that, you begin to, and that's one of the reasons to all the practitioners in this space, wherever you are, right, is we know much more than we know. And once we begin to not be scared of this, we can say, okay, now I know how to add something to this.
The not being scared of it is such a important message.
Yeah.
Because it is scary.
It is.
And especially the way it's sort of been the narrative and the way it's sold in the media,
and
right?
which is the reason I wanted to basically make it not scary. And my basic belief is don't let anyone scare you. Start using it. It's easy because this is one of those technologies where you don't need to know code and a whole bunch of other things that you had to do in the past, right? And then you can hire people to help you in addition. But I've always said the people should use it because you'll say, okay, this is not that scary. This actually is something that I can build on, right? Which is important.
It's also, I see a correlation. So I'm a photographer, and I see a correlation in photography. So all the photographers think that the iPhone is terrible, because it makes it too easy. And I like the fact that AI and the iPhone it's leveling a playing field, and it's giving people who may not have the opportunity to go to Stanford and get a degree in something, or go to a fancy fashion school or like any sort of creative endeavor, the opportunity to have access to these tools that they can express themselves and that they can learn and they can grow in that way.
I completely agree. So the way to look at it, and that's the topic, one of the things I mentioned is this is the technology that allows David to take on Goliath, okay? And it's not just David take on Goliath or Daniel take on Goliath, right? Because it's a lever, but basically it allows more people to participate. And, William Gibson, the futurist or the writer, said, the future is already here, but it's not evenly distributed, right? Similarly, in many cases, there's lots of talent, but a lot of people did not have access. And what this basically says is you have access. So I think talent will matter even more in this particular world. But if you basically believe that your access is by keeping out talent,
and that's just, I think there's a lot of gatekeeping that goes on. It's fear, to use the photography metaphor again, because it's one that I understand is, you've got these old guys who shot film. They're like, digital is bad. And really it's gatekeeping. And it's a fear of becoming irrelevant. But at the end of the day, whether it's AI or anything else, the cream and talent and like the great minds are going to rise to the top, and opening the doors so that there's more access to more great minds can't be a bad thing.
Absolutely. And in fact, I basically say if you're a very talented photographer, you're like Serena Williams, and the other folks basically are, amateurs. But now amateurs can play on the same tennis court as Serena Williams. But the difference is if you basically give Serena Williams the most sophisticated racket and you give me the most sophisticated racket, she'll still be able to beat me. And she'll actually beat me more, right? And I've always basically said, hey, listen, one of the things I gave an example of why talent will matter. I said, okay, I write this Substack, it's read by 30,000 people, great. But I said, if Hemingway had this Substack, he would leave me in the dust.
Right.
Right? And so the difference is, do not confuse talent with technology.
Right. Well, yeah. So on that note, one of the things that you talked about is that the AI technology is learning how to smell, and now we'll have a role. I mean, I think that there's a quantitative role that it could have anyway in the blending process. But AI being able to smell, like for me, I immediately go to AI to picking up on potential flaws in the wine before they develop.
Yes.
Microbial things that we're not necessarily picking up on yet. But from like just I don't know, any of this shit works. How is AI smelling? Like, are we literally like puffing something onto a sensor that it's picking up? Like, the hardware part.
Yeah. So the thing that it's really picking up is literally every smell actually is a chemical.
Right.
Right. So it basically takes, and it basically says, okay, that reminds me of this chemical. Right. And it basically does a chemical analysis. What it basically does is that if you think about the way we smell, eventually it all takes place in our brains.
Right.
Right. And part of the reason why smell is so connected to memory, something we talked about at dinner, is because it evokes memory. That's why music takes you where you want to go, because you remember a song and where you were, etc. So it basically does the same thing, but it's done with sort of a neural sort of network. And it basically simply says, okay, here is this smell pattern looks like this, and this smell pattern looks like this, and this smell pattern means there's something wrong.
Right. I mean, it is... it's exciting and again, sort of this conversation of like making all wine a little bit better doesn't necessarily mean that great wine will be less. It'll be Serena Williams with that sophisticated racket, right?
Absolutely. And what basically tends to happen is that's the key thing I mentioned, which is if you practice your craft, right? This is just another tool to your craft, right? But the tool is not the craft. But you can't be at the top of your craft if you don't use the most modern tools.
Right. Yeah. Buckminster Fuller and applied technology.
Right.
To quote my dad, who always quotes that, and I don't know if he actually ever read it.
Yes.
Rishad, talk a little bit about sort of what you do day to day. You had a great line. I don't know if you knew that I heard you say it last night, talking about you're an advisor and not a consultant, because advisors just get to tell people things and consultants have to do stuff, right?
Yes. So I basically, broadly, the way I look at what I do is I help people see, think, and feel differently about how to grow themselves, their teams, and their business, or some combination. So just like today, I try to say, hey, look, AI is not scary, but it's really important, and here's what you can do about it. So people say, hey, I didn't think about it that way, and I can grow either myself, or I can grow my team, or I can grow my business. So that's what I do. And I do it in 3 different ways: one to many, one to some, and one to one. Okay? So one to many is my writing. So it's my Substack, my book, my podcast.
Plug those. Don't be shy about plugging.
Sure. Okay. So my Substack is at, it's rishad.substack.com, which is rishad.substack.com. My podcast is called What Next, and the best way to find it is What Next, and then type in Publicis Group. And I have lots of guests. I have AI people. I have a whole bunch of other people who come in. But it's not just AI people. I've got people about, generational shifts in mindsets and like of the future of sports. I had someone from the future of sports last week. So who was very, very involved in creating ESPN, looking ahead. So it's basically, it's full spectrum. So it's full spectrum writing and then full spectrum, guests. Then I have a one-to-some business, and a one-to-some business is a fancy way of saying speaking, okay? But I do like keynotes like I did today. I do executive offsites, which is what I'm going to be doing, for a client, for which I was doing in, at Cincinnati for Procter & Gamble. Or I do workshops. So for different people, I repeat. Once every quarter, I come back and I do a different topic, right, on a workshop. So that's one-to-some. So one-to-many is the content business. One-to-some is the speaking business. And then my one-to-one is the advisory business. And the reason I call it advisory versus consulting is consultants have to show up with decks and deliverables. And in my particular case, I'm just available to sort of help you, right? So it's light. And there are two benefits to me. One is I get to work less hard, right? But the benefit to the people who work with me is I don't charge retainers. You can decide when you need to call me and when you don't need to call me. And so a lot of people say, this is great. When I need you, I'll call you. When I don't need you, I won't call you. Yeah. But the other is I often tell people I don't know what the hell the answer is, right? And I normally don't. And they say, that's okay. I want to pay you to go learn the answer, okay? Because their whole stuff is I don't trust the people who come around telling me the answers because they're trying to sell me their product, right? You have no product to sell excepting we can buy you for a talk or something or a book for $15. But you're not selling a company. You're not selling anything, right? So we can trust you a little bit more. And because also my old stuff is I don't do any work, so I'm going to show you how all this works, and then can I leave, right? And a lot of people don't realize that this is, by the way, the big thing which I did not mention because the people I was talking to was not in what I call the FTE business. So the FTE business is full-time equivalents, which is selling butts and seats, right? So a lot of companies, consulting, marketing, they sell 5 days, 12 people, whatever it is. That is going to be really hard to do in this world of AI when you don't need 5 days and 12 people. Right? And so if you've built your business selling cows and now people can buy A5 Wagyu beef by the ounce, you better have a different business model.
Right. Well, plug the books also because I know you talked the one that's available now, the one that is coming soon is also fascinating.
Fascinating. So what is it? So the one that's available now is called Restoring the Soul of Business, Staying Human in the Age of Data. And the reason it's popular, it came out 4 years ago, but most people think I wrote it yesterday. Okay? So it has chapters on AI, distributed work long before. And it continues to sell, and big companies and small companies basically buy it. Why I would recommend it to people is it's 13 books in one. So each chapter can be read in any order, and you don't have to read anything but that chapter. It's not a book of essays. It actually is connected through a sort of a spine of how do you manage human and data, right? Versus AI plus HI. But it is how do you spell truth to power? So I have a chapter called The Turd on the Table, right? So most companies sit around and say the brown moist thing is a brownie when it's a piece of shit. Right. How to upgrade your mental operating system, right? We're on the 17th version of iOS. Right. How many times in the last 17 years have we upgraded our mental operating system? So why it's important and how to do it.
I go to some music festivals every once in a while.
Right.
Some upgrades.
So it's things like that, like how to insert poetry into the PowerPoint, those kinds of stuff. My second book, which was I thought was going to come out in fall, but it's going to come out in January because of a thing in the United States called the elections, which HarperCollins wants to avoid. Okay,
smart.
Right. So
don't we all?
Right. So it's called. Right now, it's called Rethinking Work. And the reason I say it's called Rethinking Work, my first book was called Story on the Spreadsheet when I handed it into HarperCollins. But what they do is they have teams that come up with titles. They research titles. And I have veto rights over a title, but I look at the research. And they said, this is a better title than this, right? So it's right now called Rethinking Work. I think it'll be called something else, but it'll have work in it. It's really about the future of work. And to a great extent, which I did not speak about, and everybody in the world works, right? Even if you're like retired, you work for maybe identity, purpose, meaning, but you do something. So to a great extent, what I'm suggesting is the future of work has changed a lot. One of the 5 reasons happens to be the impact and the long-term impact of COVID. And the long-term impact of COVID isn't necessarily just that people are basically saying, I can work from anywhere. They're also basically saying, should I think about how to fit work into life or life into work, right? And the big shift has gone, more people are saying, how do I fit work into my life than how do I fit life into work?
Now, do you find that to be domestically here in the U.S. or globally? Because I feel
it's to a great extent a little bit more skewed west than to the east, but there are certain parts of it on the other ones that are more east than west. So this thing about long-term impact of COVID is much more in the Western world, because in other places there's also people don't have space to work from home, so they're back in the office. Those kinds of, like in China and other places. But the other four, but the impact of COVID is really, it's a mindset shift, right? But the other four are all over the place. One is generational, and generational is Gen Z. 22% of Gen Z believe in capitalism. 66% of baby boomers believe in capitalism. And when the baby boomers were young, 44% believed in capitalism. So this isn't like people are going to grow up to be like us, right? The other is there's this aging population, and this is true everywhere except in Africa. Most people don't realize global population is in decline, less Africa already, right? Population in China is going down, population in Europe is going down, Japan is going down. And not necessarily popular, I try to remind people, if immigrants are not allowed into the United States legally, let's say, right, US population has peaked. It's about to start going down too, okay? Which is going to be very interesting. So everyone says, okay, I'm going to sell my house to somebody. Yeah, without immigration, US population is down 20 million in the next 20 years, okay? And so you've got that, but you've got aging of population where 10,000 people turn 65 every day in the US, 300 million people in China over 60, 20 million people in Japan are over 80, right? Wow. And the older people, by the way, have the money, including to buy wine. So you have more older people in a declining population that have all the money. So let's not also just fixate on Gen Z. But why it has a future of work is older people will want to work. Everyone talks about isms. In many businesses, there is ageism. That's going to be a bit of an issue. The third factor besides demographics is AI. So I talk about that. Marketplaces, the ability for people to now approach marketplaces. So if I could use Etsy, I could use a whole bunch of other stuff which I never had in the past. And finally, the side gig, side hustle culture. So this one is very interesting. In the US, 66% of Gen Z who have a full-time job also have a side hustle or side gig going. That number in Asia is 72%.
Whoa.
Okay. And so what is starting to basically happen, the other thing is like the number in Asia for like belief in capitalism. In the US, young people is 22%, in Asia is 47%, but that's still less than half.
Is there evidence to suggest that the belief in capitalism increases as personal wealth increases?
Yes. But what is also options, the reason baby boomers basically believe in capitalism is it's been good for them. A lot of Gen Z basically say, let me see, I'm finding it hard to get a job, finding it hard to get on the real estate ladder. I've come out of college with a massive amount of debt, right? This capitalism system has made climate a big issue and hasn't been fixed. So exactly how does this work, right? So if you optimize for the dollar, maybe it'll kill us. That's what the young people are sort of asking, right, to a great extent.
Well, I know that you have an Uber to catch in just a few minutes, and I don't want to take any more of your time, but I appreciate you helping us in the wine business sort of wrap our heads around this a little bit. One piece the last thing is for the consumer, what do they look for in 2024 that AI is going to make their experience better or worse? And then you can get on a plane, and then you have to come back to Sonoma, and we'll do, because we didn't even talk about driving around Chicago drinking beer and trying to teach CEOs what the internet was in 1997. So we have there's a lot more I want to talk about.
Well, absolutely. So I would say for the consumer, AI is already improving it because most people don't realize that the way Netflix selects your movies or the fact that, recommendation engines from Amazon, that's been always around. I think there'll be one is you will start getting answers to things you're looking for versus information. Today in search, you get a lot of information. You're going to start getting answers, which you're already beginning to basically see. Second is the entire experience, including of wine, will become easier because so much of wine is about knowledge, right? And people helping you at the right time, figuring out what to do. And hopefully, because the sell side will use these technologies, the experience, right? The community, the creativity will improve, and therefore they'll have a better experience altogether. And so much of any business is a product, the people and the experience.
Fantastic. Well, Rishad Tobaccowalla, read the Substack, listen to the podcast. We'll see you in Sonoma. Thanks for coming by the DTC Wine Symposium.
Thank you, Sam.
Hey, told you we'd be back.
Back so soon? That was actually the shortest break we've had so far.
Right.
This
is Wine Talk.
This is Wine Talk. The car talk of wine. The wine talk of car. Wait, no, you're not supposed to mix cars and wine. We're a little as sober as we've been. We're kind of punch drunk after a full day of the DTC Wine Symposium. We just had 10 guests on so far, maybe some more.
I hope someone wrote this down.
I think Barbara did.
Okay. I have most of it.
Okay.
We'll fill in the blanks.
I mean, we learned a lot. We've learned about text messaging. We've learned about Temecula. We've learned about, Steve Gross. We could talk to Steve Gross for hours. Lulie, we just scratched the surface on.
Yep.
Liz, I'm not going to butcher her last name like I butchered everybody else's last names today. Liz was amazing.
Yep.
Liz MW, the real MW. Will the real MW stand up? Sorry, Morgan. I'm in so much trouble. But bottom line, this is, there's nothing like this. I've been to a lot of conferences. The sort of extreme focus, the intensity of it. Even though,
we didn't really see.
Even though we didn't go to the conference, we've been cooped up in this room. But the conference has come to us, and so if you're in the business of sending wine to people, and frankly, this was the part of it I tried to get out of everybody was if you get wine, if wine is shipped to your house, what happens here and what people are talking about here really matters to your life if that's something that you enjoy. Support Free the Grapes.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of the bottom line of all of this. And all of this is possible because of and in support of Free the Grapes. And God, what a great freaking organization that is.
Yeah, and as Steve said, sometimes things go backwards. Right? Like this whole notion that the distilled spirits people and the beer people might pull the wine industry back into where they're at is
wake
frightening.
up the sleeping bear that thought everything was settled.
Yeah. So Free the Grapes is important, and look at the Wine Institute if you're in the industry. Look at the Wine Institute website and see if it's something that if you're not a member, you should be a member. So
they used to have these really great Wine Institute members like street signs. I don't know if
they still do. They have them over there.
Yeah. Okay, I want one of those.
Yeah.
I'm in it for the science part.
Right. I actually have. I shouldn't have told Jennifer. I have the one from Grand Cru.
Oh.
That we found.
Oh.
When we tore down the old winery at Lasseter, and it's hanging in my garage.
That's a good score.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like real metal.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Jennifer doesn't actually listen to the show.
Yeah. Well, it was it's pre her anyway.
Yeah, totally. I think the statute of limitations is right out on that one. Brian, what are you thinking?
I was excited to meet someone that we didn't actually have on the podcast, but hopefully we will in the future. Christopher from the 280 Project.
Oh, Chris Renfro, yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully that's something we can make happen.
And we're gonna know. We have to go to the vineyard in the middle of San Francisco. Like it's called the 280 Project because it's on the freaking 280.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Been a good time. I'm a little punch drunk from talking to so many people. Sandra and I did this one time when we were doing the Bike Goes On podcast. We went to the
fancy food show.
The fancy food show and sat in a room like this and just had people coming in and out and in and out. And at the end of the day, I was like,
It seems like such a great idea.
It's a great idea for them.
Right.
It was a great idea for the speakers. It was a great idea for Barbara and the DTC Wine Symposium and Free the Grapes. And it was great for us. Sure. We found some great tacos on our lunch break.
We did. And some not bad mezcal.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Free the Grapes is just, I mean, because I wholeheartedly, truly believe that you should be able to just purchase something that is for sale and have it delivered to your house. The whole thing, like I talk about how millennials don't understand it, or Gen X or Gen Z or whatever. I don't understand it. To me, it seems like people being greedy about wanting to either have control, or just the money. They want like the money from, but that doesn't make any sense. It still doesn't make any sense to me, even after having him talk about it. It's,
I mean, I think part of it is that it's everybody's protecting what they already have,
right?
And we pose a threat, and that's money out of the distributors, right? The states want their taxes paid.
You know what? Elevate your game. Take a lesson from the Olympics, where we used to go just dominate in basketball. We sent the pros. We were like, oh, you guys want to play for real? Okay. So we sent the pros. We dominated. And then now look at what's happening. Look at the top players in the NBA. You have all these foreign players. So if the states don't like that we're sending California wine in there, up your game, make some good wine that people in California are going to want sent to
our houses.
Right? Let's level the playing field.
Right on.
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting that it all started with, being able to ship. Like if you can ship to
the reciprocal
Arizona,
shipping,
if Arizona can ship to you.
Totally.
Well, and that was the original agreement, which is pretty crazy.
At what point in that time frame did we reach this place where there's actually production winery in all 50 states? Because when they first started doing that, it couldn't have been the case.
No, it wasn't. Not even close.
Maybe there was a dozen.
Yeah, there was and 4 or 5 of those dozen, it was fruit wine, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like real wine wasn't a focus.
Right.
So, yeah.
Which is making a comeback, FYI. Fruit wine and/or fruit grape.
Right, the co-ferments.
Co-ferments. I've been hearing more and more about.
Big co-ferment that's in for 2024. Co-ferment, apparently. Yeah. Where did we hear that? Last night.
I don't know, but we've experienced it because remember when we had Rosalind Reynolds from Emmy Wines on? She was talking about a Pinot Noir plum project that she was working on. I know Casey Graybell. I remember being at Obsidian one day and there was like peaches that were being brought in and they were doing some weird peach.
Uncle Tony has, a few years ago started doing some fruit and grape projects.
Well, I know Bardos
didn't look great on Instagram.
It did not look great on Instagram. Bardos Ciders brought in a bunch of Ross Kennard's Primitivo and Semillon for doing some co-ferments with apples and stuff. So it's that's maybe that was one of my greatest takeaways for today was and I guess it was at Lulie at the very beginning talking about the amount of alcohol drinkers has increased in every age group and every demographic, and the amount of things that they're drinking has increased. It's just overall consumption that's down a little bit. But when you sort of pull all these levers, it looks like all these sales are in the going down the drains and whatever. But it's the potential for the growth is there, and there's people who are curious and excited to try new things, which is good for all of us.
Well, and remember, the wine industry is doing great doesn't get a lot of clicks, right?
Right.
The wine industry is failing, or consumption is down, or the end is here. That gets a lot more clips.
Says she's not drinking any more wine.
That would actually kill us, though. Yeah, let's not even put that out there. Taylor Swift loves wine.
Yeah.
Did you see this thing that's totally off topic? Billy Strings.
Yeah.
Did you see this? Billy. So somebody at a Tulsa movie theater wearing a Billy Strings hat was caught on CCTV stealing Taylor Swift merchandise or like a poster off the wall or something like that. And Billy Strings, this is genius, found out about this and like overnight, he's on tour in a bus or whatever, wrote this song basically to tell the Swifties that he does not condone stealing of their stuff, that he's all on board. Just because the guy was wearing a Billy Strings hat doesn't mean that he was part and parcel to the whole thing. And just like acknowledging that even, Billy Strings and the bluegrass is better bow down to the power of the Swifties.
It wasn't
They're
me, baby. It wasn't me. Yeah.
All right. Shout outs?
Everyone here that we had dinner with last night, that was good dinner, great restaurant. I'm sure it's been posted on Instagram. I would assume.
Elia?
ELIA.
Sort of Greek Mediterranean style. The soundtrack, the music was straight out of Ibiza. It was like we were in a Mediterranean nightclub.
Eating fried smelt with sparkling wine and
great dolma. That was a great dinner.
Yeah. No, everything was really good. Paella, lamb, Rossi.
Yeah.
Rossi Grenache.
Rossi Grenache à la tête.
Yeah, all good stuff.
We have a Valentine's dinner coming. There's no details on it yet, but as this rolls out, probably will. Valentine's Day sushi dinner with our old friend Jacob Talbert, who had Sushi Noma for a long time in town. Lives up in Arcata now. He's coming down. We're going to do a couple seatings of Valentine's Day sushi, February 14th at the Tasting House. So dig into that. Find it in the social medias. Look for a link.
So wine club members only, open to the public.
Open to the public. I think maybe we're giving wine club members a better deal or something.
And then sushi is going to be made on site, as it's ordered, right?
We're just going to Whole Foods and we're going to get a bunch of those
platters. And then have him stand.
No, it's like a sushi pairing menu. Red wine, white wine, the whole deal. We got a couple bottles of Chris Cottrell's Under the Wire left over from New Year's Eve. We'll probably pop. So.
And you guys have done this before.
We did a long time ago, 2018, I think we decided. And it was a blast. And, just whatever. We haven't done it since. So bringing back an oldie but a goodie.
And what day of the week is Valentine's Day?
It's a Wednesday night.
I think you're right. I think it's a Wednesday night.
So get a sitter.
Yeah.
And
know that you're going to, if you want a unique experience where you get the best freaking sushi paired with 16600 wines.
Totally.
And I'm sure it's extremely limited because there's
so many places to sit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hence the multiple seatings.
Right. 2 seatings, an early seating, a late seating, probably like 25 seating people each. So
cool.
24, maybe make it 25 for the throuple celebrating their Valentine's Day.
Wow.
You know who you are.
The odd throuple. That's right. Bart, is your tasting room open?
It is not.
Okay.
It's
damn Sonoma.
No, you know what? I don't want to. That's not fair. This is
great.
This
Sonoma.
is our no. It has nothing to do with the county of Sonoma. I don't want anybody from the county of Sonoma thinking
to come look at anything.
Right? Because then we'll be there. This is all about the transfer of the license from the previous tasting room to my tasting room. I guess from what I understand, I need another form signed by both parties and another check for check steak. And so, it is what it is. But we're ready to go.
Well, it's going to be open by February 20th or whatever when Kelly Cornett is here.
Oh,
8th,
yeah.
February 8th.
February 8th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I really do feel it's going to be here in the next week or two.
Okay.
But
Aren't you doing a dinner across the street at the pop-up space?
I've already done that. We had a great time with the people at Songbird Parlor.
Yeah.
Shout out Lauren Kirshner on the cover of the Index Tribune today.
Yeah. Business of the year,
something crazy.
Yeah, and she's she's a pretty dynamic person.
Mm-hmm.
Down in, I think I saw on social media, down in Guatemala currently.
Yeah.
But really with a focus on the community and supporting the community. So that's very cool. Chef Cycle fundraising has started. Our team is expanding. We have Mike Pucci from the San Giacomo family has joined it. And it looks like the ride on day 2 is going to come right through Sonoma, come down Arnold Drive, through Glen Ellen, and then back into Santa Rosa. So I think we're going to have a rest stop at the tank and try to, maybe roll by a primary or a primary school where there's, that No Chef Hungry or has supported. So yeah, it's super exciting. Our team with Dusky Estes and Krista from Bunt out in the Russian River, and Ari and Brian Jones, and we're still trying to recruit some other people. We lost what's his name from the Fairmont because he moved down Southern California. Jared moved to Southern California.
He can come back up for the week.
I mean, that's what I told him. He's got a place to stay.
Right. Put that ride up, bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Ride up here and then do it.
Right. So that's cool. And on that note, we're going to do some events to raise money. We're hoping that I'm looking into the logistics of taking a percentage of sales for a donation towards it. And then Dusky and John Stewart from Black.
former Zazu.
How about just Dusky?
Everyone,
we're talking about doing it.
One name needed.
Yeah. We're talking about doing a dinner at their house.
Cool.
And so look for that, more information about that. So, yeah.
And then Chris Costantino is now chef out at the coast.
He's the executive chef at Nick's Cove, and he's already. Chris Costantino has raised more money than all of the rest of us combined already. The man is an animal, but certainly a great inspiration. And it looks like he's doing some cool stuff out at Nick's Cove, and the dock is going to be rebuilt.
They're going to rebuild.
Yeah.
Right. Go ahead. They had the amazing little boathouse out at the end of the pier.
Yeah,
burned.
Well, I saw our friend Jennifer Reichard post something yesterday with a picture of her being there, and I didn't know what had happened.
Yeah.
So it just got.
Well,
away.
There was like a wood building with a wood burning stove and unsupervised. The only thing that they supervised was your drink delivery. So shit happens.
So,
but they're open for business still, and it's one of the great stops on the.
Yeah, and it ought to be really cool with Chris now, the chef out there, because that's always a place where the ride stops for one of the rest stops, and so.
Yeah. And then just shout out for Philipe Combi.
Right. Ted is open.
This is January.
We're coming out a week after his birthday right now, but the Tet release is open. There's some cool packages of verticals and stuff available on the website, and it's all open cart. If you're on the list, or if you go to the website, winery16600.com, if you're new here, if you're welcome, and check it out. Grenache at its pinnacle, the exacting standards of Philippe Combi and Isabelle Gassier. Stoked to get those bottles out.
And I think I kind of screwed up with your dad on the last podcast. The point I was trying to make is that I didn't think that a lot of people treated Grenache like they sort of think about Cab and Pinot and Chard, that it's
one of the noble grapes.
That it seems like down in Paso they kind of have leaned into it a little bit, but as far as up in Sonoma County, I don't even know if I'm still making my point. What I'm trying to say is that I like the fact that someone is being extremely thoughtful about Grenache and thinking that it can be more than what a lot of people think it is.
Totally.
As like this thing that used to be the most widely planted grape in the world and makes a great rosé and some crushable reds or whatever it was. I mean, in the United States, it's a little bit different when we think of France and Chateauneuf and Côte d'Aron. Like, we're thinking about Grenache in a very serious way. But here in the United States, it doesn't seem like it really was a thing until people saw some of these cult wines. But I love that I see that happening more and more, that people are looking at Grenache in a different way.
Yeah. Well, it's the Liz Tosh, Dr. Liz Tosh, MW. We're trying to make it a old, true luxury product, and right now it's maybe a little bit of a cult product, and but it's the intent the first step of that is it has to be collectible. And I think what we're seeing in the proof in the pudding now, 5 years into the Autotet program, is the collectability of these wines truly is sort of the limits of which remains to be seen.
I loved her explanation on that. I mean,
yeah, that was great.
Certainly, that kind of knew it, but to actually hear someone who's define it, it was awesome.
No, that was definitely, of the many guests that we've had in this room today, the one top of the list of, let's really sit down for a true episode of Car Talk for Wine,
right?
And see if we can embarrass ourselves more in front of somebody as esteemed as she is.
All right,
ready to get out of here and
subscribe,
go do a wine tasting?
I'm gonna go take a nap.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Thanks for listening. We'll look.
See you next week.
Yeah. We will.
Buy more wine direct.
Buy direct. Have it shipped to your house. God damn it.
Yes. We will deliver it unless you're in Utah.